Right, here we are after much. Yeah, go for it. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Right, here we are after much faffing with many technological, I'm not gonna say issues. Things happen and they're all fixed now, and it's great. You join us for Dropzone Commander Call to Arms 3 over here in Firestorm Games in Wales, in the lovely Cardiff. Although we've been experiencing a lovely heat wave this week, unfortunately Cardiff has decided to pour all of the water from pretty much the entire sky. Today we are playing, is round 2. Unfortunately we didn't have to feed for round 1, so sadly that maybe you saw it again. We didn't have any sound for that. Today we are playing, say, round 2. We're playing a survey and control mission. Survey and control being, as you can see, dotted out on all of our buildings across the board. Players will be looking for intel, rolling to see what kind of intel they get, and also trying to extract objectives or just secure victory points where they can. Our 2 players today, you able to see it in the bottom left and the bottom right hand corners of your screen. We got James from Hawk War Games playing with his Shaltari, and we've got Andy playing with his Allied Resistance today. Different for those unfamiliar with the way the Resistance workout loads. With the Feral list, he'll be using the Allied cards. And what we're going to do now is I'm just going to run ever so quickly through the lists that I have in front of me. Sadly, the only list I have is a handwritten list by Mr. Andy Page. He clearly doesn't know how to use a keyboard, but that's all right. Some people were born in our time, but perhaps should have been born in a prior time and can't use printers or keyboards or even their fingers correctly, judging by the handwriting that I'm having a quick look at the moment. He is using today in his HQ an Alexander in a Lift Hawk with a level 4 commander and a Thunderstorm as well, so a 2 HQ loadout there. He has a next battle group of 3 gun wagons in a Kraken, and also 3 gun wagons in a Kraken as well. Then we're looking at another battle group, infantry battle group. We're going to have 3 units of 2 fighters, all in Jacksons inside a Lift Hawk. Then we've got another unit of infantry as well. This time just 2 fighter bases, so 1 squad of fighters, 2 squads of berserkers, and Jacksons in a Lift Hawk. Just realised that there are berserkers in this list, so it can't be an allied list. It must in fact be a feral list, so we get that changed over on the stream as quickly as we can do. And he also has 2 free riders in a battle group on their own, and also 2 Zukofs in a battle group with the Lift Hawk as well. None of the Lift Hawks appear to have anti-air on them, which is a shame, as the anti-air option for Lift Hawks is always pretty much worth taking. To run through the mission that we're looking at the moment, people will be, it's just all battle groups beginning in readiness, with of course fast movers starting in reserve. 6 turns, as is always the standard, and in order to win this game, you'll be looking at the highest number of victory points, of course, with a kill point bonus if there's a winner, deciding if there's any bonus points on that as well. Keyly for this game, rather than extracting a lot of objectives or fighting off of focal points, as you might find in a lot of other missions in Dropzone Commander, each unit, or each player, I should say, is going to be wanting to jump into buildings, and at the beginning of the turn, if they have an occupying infantry unit within a building, they're going to roll a dice. So you don't have to roll to search on a piece of intel, you just roll 1 dice, and a roll of a 1, it will blow up. The player will score a victory point still, but the structure will take some damage. On a roll of a 2 to 5, the controlled player scores 1 victory point, but nothing else. And a roll of a 6, and this is very key, the piece of intel is removed from the game and it's replaced with a focal point. Also importantly, that player does not gain a victory point for finding that on a roll of a 6. That's important, as throughout the rest of the game, if you look at intel and you don't roll a 6, anybody else, your opponent, can jump into that building and also roll to find a piece of intel as well. So hopefully the players remember to do that. And away we go. It looks like Mr. James won the roll to see who goes first in the turn. He gave the first activation to Andrew, I believe, or at least if he's playing sensibly, like the player I know he should be, he definitely should have given that to Andrew. I actually have James's list in front of me where I've got a little bit of downtime while they're just kind of sorting through their army lists and deploying everything out. James today is running a Gariel, level 4, in the same battle group with a Jaguar. He's running 2 Tarantulas on their own in a battle group, with a classic kind of dead activation battle group, that one. He's also running, in his infantry squads, two squads of Braves and a squad of Fire Drakes. Apologies if I get any of this wrong. It's really... James could have been a doctor. I'm just going to say that. James, he would have been a very good doctor as well, judging by his handwriting. So 2 units of Braves and a Fire Drake. Enough of battle group. He's got a unit of Braves, a unit of Pungari, and a unit of Kukri as well. Then he's got 4 Samurai in a battle group in a row, which is quite interesting to see. We don't see Samurai very often because I think a lot of people undervalue Shatari Scouts because perhaps they're quite expensive, but it'd be really good. This perhaps be a very good game for them as infantry aren't going to be on and off the table. There's going to be a lot of infantry on the table all the time, especially when you're playing against resistance who have a lot of infantry inherently. They could actually become quite useful in this game. And lastly of all, he has one of the most confrontational units I probably would say during Dropzone Commander, which is a single Panther on its own, the AA unit that shoots forever, which leads me to believe if it followed the orbit of the Earth and it missed everything and had a true shot, perhaps it could shoot itself in the arse. It's just something that I'm posing to myself, and it may not. That may not be the case. I don't know the physics of what Panther shoots, but you never know. That might just be the case. If during the game you have any questions relating to Dropzone Commander in general, relating to the game, relating to the players' personal lives, I might be able to find that information out as well. Please do hit us up on Facebook. You'll need to go to the official Hawk Facebook page and you'll be able to comment on a link that has been put up by their new social media manager. That might not be his actual title, General called Scott. He'll be able to relay the questions over to me and I'll be able to answer them to the best of my ability, which is at times not excellent, but I will do my very best for you. And also you can go on our Hawk's Twitter feed as well, and again pop any questions you have over there and we will do our best to answer those for you. For those watching this in the future, all the way in the future, it's important to note that this is being recorded live and I will not be able to answer any questions for you at that point, but of course if you do post any comments on the YouTube channel, I'm sure one of the lovely people from Hawk will be able to answer those for you. I do say that probably with more confidence than perhaps I should give them. It looks like, just going over turn 1, it looks like a pretty traditional setup. What James will be looking to do, I would suspect, is to be using his dead activations such as his Tarantulas in order to give him the benefit of knowing where his opponent's going to be deploying so he can react accordingly to his opponent's deployment. And during this mission we'll be looking to perhaps, if James rolls any 6 for his focal for his intel for instance, we'll be looking to use his demolition probably to get rid of those focal points if he can't get over there. And he has although he has a lot of demolition, not quite as much as I would actually expect to see in a resistance army. For instance, today he hasn't brought any Typhoons or any Cyclones, and really all of his demolition relies on his Alexander with its 1 shotgun and its Energy 7 side guns, which are fair to poor at building demolition, and also his Thunderstorm, which is of course a beast at building demolition. So far it looks like Andrew clearly, because it's almost blocks out the screen the size of a Thunderstorm, has brought his Thunderstorm right up the middle of the table. He has also brought his Alexander right at the top of the screen, and he's activated his gun wagon battle groups. I think perhaps a little prematurely looking at the rest of his list. I'm not sure where his 3-year-old is on, but I think perhaps they should have come on first. Perhaps he's worried about getting them inside a building, because I'm pretty sure they can reach that closest building on the right hand side. Maybe he's worried about getting them demolitioned, but these things happen. I think also perhaps he may have brought on a troops squad just at the bottom, that bottom lift hawk near the orbital laser at the bottom there. James, on the other hand, has deployed his Jaguar, which means his Gario is loitering around just on the left-hand side of the screen. I would presume he's also done his Tarantulas, as I said earlier, just to get that dead activation, and it looks like as well perhaps he's dropped some troops out as well, as I can see an Eden and a Haven. Now, importantly, I can't hear what the players are saying. So, in the case that James accidentally forgets to name gates at the beginning of an activation, I'm not going to say cheat. Because that perhaps wouldn't be fair to credit James like that. But I won't be able to know what they're saying to each other. And for all I know, there could be great banter. They could hate each other. I mean, it's probably the latter. Let's be honest with you. I mean, Shatari and Resistance is never an excellent matchup for either of the pairs. So It's been quite interesting to see how this plays out. As a Shatari player in the past, I think I would be looking at obviously activating my troops last, and then trying to engage. I say that I'd probably wait to see where Andrew's infantry would be deploying, and then try and jump on them with the samurai. What's quite key about the samurai is that they can come through Edens and Spirits, or even 2 Havens if you have the Havens spare. So they're actually quite flexible and quite deployable. James is doing. I'm not sure which unit he's activating at the moment. He's popping out a Haven, so I'm going to presume it's an infantry unit. As I said, I don't have, unfortunately, I don't have ears on thing. You see already, James Galactus, the building destroyer, Godzilla, or Ginzilla as we could call him, is ruining the table. It took me hours to put that table out. I made that building up from scratch. He's come along, he's just smashing it down. Judging by the number of bases on that building, I'm going to presume he's stuck some Braves and also some Pungari perhaps in there as well, which is maybe an over-allocation of infantry, as you only can roll for an intel once with a unit. You don't get to roll for both units. He probably should have kept the rest of his infantry in space.
I don't know.
And we're back again. Sorry about that, guys. Every now and again, the microphone decides that it doesn't want to be a microphone and it just wants to be a rather unattractive piece of desk art, which is not an excellent use for a microphone. So if we do drop out, well, I'd say I'm sorry, and I am. So I'm going to say it. Well, sorry if we drop out. You know, these things happen, but we'll get by. While that happened, I wasn't paying huge amounts of attention, so let's recap. You probably have be a little bit more understanding. We were at Zukov. Zukov's had deployed, as I said. So Zukov's very good at air denial. And what Andrew's done there is he's pretty much effectively denied the top right half part of the table, which is a pretty good move from him there. You can see at the bottom of the screen as well, he's also deployed infantry into the small building and kept a lot of it back on his left hawk as well, which again is a good thing to do. Resistors find it ever so slightly a little bit tricky to redeploy once they are out and about. I would expect that particular squad perhaps to drive, and I'm talking about the squad at the very top of the screen here, to drive down to the building just below them in the Jackson to maybe pick that bit of intel up in maybe turns 3 or turns 4. James has decided to bring his tarantulas on, which again might be a little bit early. Tarantulas, although they can shoot buildings, they're not especially good at it with their very limited shots. 4 in total, but 2 of them are only energy 7. So I mean, I guess that is better than nothing. And I suppose they'd be quite good at knocking out gun wagons if they do turn up. I see James at the back there has brought his fire drake on as well. Either perhaps ECA is deciding where to go with his fire drake. A good area for that. Now the problem with the fire drake is that it being energy 10, although it can take pot shots at those Zukovs, if he rolls perfect dice for 2, it's still 2 turns worth of shooting at those tanks, which is not the best thing. Really what he's going to be waiting to do is perhaps shoot Krakens, because of the size of the template. Even hitting on 4s because they're +1 because they're hovercraft is not a bad option, or waiting until he can see Jacksons for the infantry and just sniping the Jacksons, or even he could have waited perhaps until his last battle group activation to see if the Free Riders came on. So James has shot at the Kraken, I believe, and hit it, and it looks like he has literally no damage to it, useless, basically firing out a massive marshmallow. With the shake of his hand, he kind of sums up his feelings there, I guess. Let's see what Andy's got next up his sleeve. So his Free Riders. So yeah, as I said, he was holding his Free Riders back to stick in a building just to avoid any potential demolition fire. With this burst formation, they wouldn't have been too weak to that. Too vulnerable, I should say. Vulnerable is the word, but at the end of the day, if you can avoid wounds going onto units, then that is really what you want to be doing. So what we might see with this game is, ideally, I think Andrew wants to get hold of James's units in combat and just keep them there and just stick them down. Unless James rolls an early 6 and turns one of his buildings into a focal point, which he will likely to keep because of the volume of ground units on the board. He will want to stop James bopping around the table, as Andy has more infantry, can get into more buildings, and he can also keep James gummed up in combat because Berserkers are pretty good in combat. Fighters aren't pretty good in combat, but there's a lot of them. There's a lot of chaff. So I would think that's what he's going to be wanting to do in this particular game. I actually didn't run through the gates that James is using. You can see on the board here, you can see 3 Edens and of course the Fire Drake, which can be used as a Eden if he wants to. He's also got 1 Haven, a single solo Haven, and 3 Spirits as well. So it looks like we are rocking up to James's Panther activation. Now the way this board is set up, he doesn't have an awful lot of targets. I think maybe bringing them in at the bottom would be a better option, because what that means is if he does walk him on at the bottom of the field, if he's really lucky, he might get a shot at that top lift hawk. But even more than that, he could relocate with an Eden if he needs to. So maybe plot him on the road. He doesn't look like he's going to, but he could perhaps plot him on the bottom road, and then if he needs to, just relocate it with the same Eden to put it in a more vulnerable position for a more better position for next turn. Good England now, more better. There is only me on the commentary today, so if you get sick of my voice, well, you're just going to have to mute, unfortunately. The Panthers taking a pop shot at what I can only presume to be the building. I'm not really sure what else he's shooting at, but he hit with both shots, whatever it was, and he deals basically no damage. He may have been shooting at maybe a Zukov, although he wouldn't have done any damage to it anyway. So we're now heading into turn 2. At the end of turn 1, no players have any VPs. Just to summarise, simply because, and you'll find this in pretty much all Dropzone Commander games, there are no VPs to be scored, pretty much in the first turn. Let's see, looks like they're just picking up their command cards. And he has scrapped his hand, his entire hand, and he's picking up a brand new hand. One of the benefits of having a CV4, both armies having a CV4 in this will be quite important to unit activation. Having a CV higher can be very useful, but obviously if you can't afford it, then you don't get it in your list. Alrighty, so let's have a look and see what's going on here. So Andy's taken the first activation, and it looks like he must have rolled a 6 there. You can see that at the bottom, and that is pretty perfect for Andy, to be honest with you. It means that James can't get that little bit of intel if he manages to get over there. And with James's army, I think he's going to have real issues trying to take that focal point off him. The best source of actually perhaps dealing with that focal point is maybe just to destroy the building. It's only a 20-point building by the look of it. I'm not sure what they've decided, but I would think it's only a 20-point building on that. And with his army, his Panther can do a little bit, his Fire Drake can do it as well, and his Gary will, if he wants to get that close near Alexander and the Thunderstorm, probably not worth it, but could do it as well. I would say that Andrew will probably end up holding that at the end of the game. I'm going to call that right now. Call that right now on turn 2. So, in that particular battle group, Andrew only had his 3 riders to activate. So, we're now looking at a James thinking, mulling, clenching that chair like it was his wife who was about to set off on an interstellar voyage without him. Please don't go, chair, I love you. See both hands. This is how much he loves this chair. Just holding on to the chair. He doesn't want to let it go. He needs that chair. It's very special to him. This is what wasting time sounds like, just for everybody out there, just so they know. Trying to fit in dead air while your players do nothing and think about what they should do next. I think perhaps this turn, I don't think his Tarantulas are going to get any joy shooting anything this turn, so they wouldn't be a terrible activation just to move up to the middle building perhaps. Or alternatively, he could use his Jaguar, which again, I don't think is really going to get any shots. His Jaguar does, however, have to be careful of those Zukovs, because if those Zukovs do come around that corner, 6 is to wound, but for every wound they inflict, it will be 2 wounds. So although the odds are off, if James presents no other opportunities for them to shoot, then it may be a case that they decide to take that. So James looks like he's doing a troop activation. He's pointed at a Haven and a Spirit and an Eden to be activated with his battle group. For those unfamiliar with the Shaltari, what will happen is they will be... Oh, now this is very interesting. James has also just found a focal point instead of finding some general world intel. Now this is, although good for James, perhaps not the building he wanted to be to see that. What will happen for Andrew's mind now is he'll start thinking, oh well, I could probably get people in there on that focal point. Zukovs cost about 1 million points each, so they're going to be very good at taking it. The Thunderstorm can definitely rocket over there by turn 6. That's not going to be a problem either. So, that said, if James stops and get in there, he's also got avenues, and a lot of avenues, to destroy the building as well. I believe that token's going down there, just to remind everybody that perhaps they can't roll to search again. Again, without audio to the table, it can be a little bit tricky to know what they're talking about. I think they're probably talking about their favourite summer's day. What would you do on your favourite summer's day, Andrew? Well, I think I'd go for a stroll in the park and perhaps see a few lambs and tell them that I like them very much. So James moving his Eden up to the middle here. So with his troop battle group. So in that battle group, also to remind everybody as he brings them out of the gates, he has his Kukri. So this is about a group featuring Braves and Pungari. What he'll probably do, I would think, is jump his Pungari into the Haven. Something's going in there, I would think, and jump them out again onto that back table edge as well. Yeah, so there he goes. Moving all his boys over. It looks like he's moved too many units there, but Pungari have lots of... I actually got this wrong on the first turn. It's not Braves, it's literally just Pungari. They're 4 bases for the entire squad, and that's what he's moved back to that back building there. And that's a very cheeky move by James if he decides to do that. So what he's tying up here is deploying Braves into the top of the battlefield. You can see the small building near the very top. He's tying up, and really that building kind of belongs to Andrew. So on Andrew's side of the board, and what James is just deciding is it's only 10 points. If he sticks Braves into that building, a Thunderstorm could pretty much just sneeze on it and have it crumble away like an old soggy digestive. I think it's an interesting choice, but perhaps the wrong one. I think James might be better off actually destroying that building himself instead of trying to get inside it. It looks like he's taking that option. So he's jumped some Braves into that top. They are off picture, unfortunately, into that top, tall, glamorous tower at the top of the picture there. And that will be the end of an activation for James. Questions or anything come through? Nothing's come through, no comments or anything. How many people are watching? Probably not that many. How many people are watching? Alrighty, so here we go. Another 6. Now, this is the thing with intel missions, in that sometimes they can be ridiculous. And another 6. Wow, okay, so this is suddenly looking incredibly strong for Andrew. Explanation there is basically once you've rolled 6 in this particular mission, what will happen is instead of finding a bit of intel, the intel will be removed and will turn into a focal point. That focal point will stay there for the rest of the game unless the building is destroyed. James does not have enough demolition to get rid of 3 focal points. That is pretty much a guaranteed 4 to 6 points for Andrew. I can't see a way of James. I don't think James has the firepower to gun his way out of A, removing all of the units from around those focal points, and B, having enough to commit to those focal points to take them from Andrew. Especially now, what's super interesting with the way these buildings are is he can put units in between the buildings because they have a 6-inch radius of the focal point from around a building and still score. So he can use that one unit of Zukos or that one Thunderstorm to consolidate on both of those buildings. I have just noticed though that I think he's deciding what to do with his left talk. Now, because of the amount of points he'll be sitting on for the very end of the game, he doesn't really need to do too much with them. He can play very cautiously. He does really want to be occupied to stop James picking up those additional points, so I'd be tempted if he may not have the range, unfortunately, at the stone, you see, to get into one of those centre buildings on a lift top, because they are notoriously slow. But if he can, either to get into that middle building, if he can reach it with that last unit of infantry that he has available in that bottom lift hawk there, or just kind of come round. See, the problem is here is if he commits a lift hawk and leaves it in the open, James can very, very easily reallocate that Panther, and Panthers really love to chew up AA, very strong in what they do. Bit of an uphill struggle for James. It is only turn 2. So, unfortunately, yeah, the way these games can go sometimes is if those particular dice are rolled, then this happens. I had a game once where I rolled 4 6s and had all focal points for all of the intel. But, you know, if James is able to pick up points of all the buildings on his side, he'll suddenly be on 4 or 5 points for the end of the game. And if he can destroy one of Andrew's focal point buildings, bearing in mind that Andrew doesn't have any victory points because he has found focal points rather than bits of intel, then also that may sway the game it is in. So it's not all over yet. I think Andrew does have a stronger line into this game now, but anything can happen really. So what's happening here is he's bringing round his Gariel and his Jaguar, which is what I'm trying to say. He's taken a shot at the Zukofs. He's hit once. He doesn't look like he wounded because no dice or no markers are going down to those Zukofs. It puts his Jag in a fine, not an excellent, but a fine position to get a little bit of AA coverage. The Gariel only has very short range weapons, so won't be taking any pot shots there. Andrew now probably best doing his HQ, I would say. He doesn't want to commit troops as yet, and what he'll probably want to do is blat that building. By blat, very very specific scientific wording for annihilate that building with his demolisher weapons. So yeah, this is what we're doing. It'd be interesting to see what he decides to shoot with that thunderstorm. Yeah, so there you go. So he's shooting that top building. What he's trying to do is either decide not to go in it, everything hits, which is pretty good, and he deals an enormous 14 damage to that building. That is an awful lot of hits on that one building. I'm not going to be able to record how much health these buildings have because they're not using dice, they're using very good for tabletop gaming markers, unfortunately not so good for commentary and recording damage on building markers. So that was a very good roll by Andrew. What he'll be doing now is he will be, or has in fact, rolled all his fallen masonry, and he has done enough, it looks like, to inflict some wounds on the Brave squad. Again, unfortunately, the Braves being a little bit out of reach. I can't confirm how many wounds, but he's done at least 2 wounds. At least 1 wound on the Braves at the top there. So Andrew's thinking in hitting that building with his thunderstorm would have been either he gets him 2 options, and his options are very open now considering how much damage he's done to it. Either he can whittle down those Braves a little bit, make them a bit softer, if he wants to drop berserkers or fighters in and fight them and actually just get rid of those Braves, or alternatively he can just wait till next turn, maybe try and get the activation and just smash the building again with his thunderstorm, again with his Alexander, and also the lift hawk as well can contribute to the building demolition there too. So, he's looking for his book. He's probably not used an Alexander since its release, I would expect. So what he's doing is, he's just going to poodle it up as well. The Alexander, from memory, has a Demolisher, I'm going to say Demolisher 3 cannon. That may be wrong. I know this is going on the internet, and what goes on the internet, a lot like Vegas, stays on the internet, so I need to be very careful with what I do say. I'm pretty sure it's Demolisher 3. He's not going for that building though. He is going to try and snipe a tarantula. Don't know if he has line of sight there. Shame they haven't got a laser, unfortunately. We'll see what happens. The Alexander also has his side cannons, which he's shooting his main cannon at the tarantula and his 2 side cannons as well. So he hits the tarantula on a 4-up. Tarantula get his save, which is failed. And with Devastator 2, I think there's going to be enough. To vaporize the tarantula. So that is first kill points, and in lesser sci-fi games, perhaps first blood. I'm glad that doesn't work here though. Those dice were his shots on the top building there, and in which he inflicted. They're only energy 7, so he probably shouldn't have inflicted any wounds in that building. So that looks like it was a little bit of a slight there as well. So, that was not a terrible, I'd actually say that, as far as to say that was a pretty good turn for Andrew there. Knocking out a tarantula is always good. James in my opinion, actually should have started the game with a dead activation from a Tarantula to give you the skinny. I know what that means, and I said skinny, I'm a gangster. Keeping them in space, what he can do is activate a spirit, which he didn't use that turn, with them, and just keep them in space and then bring them down from an Eden next turn. And then basically what that means is you don't commit anything, which means the person doesn't know where they're going, and in this case he wouldn't have lost half of that particular battle group. Seeing James here activate his next battle group. Now what's happened here, James has scored a victory point. He rolled a 2. What that means is that he scores a victory point, nothing special happens, and he can still get into that building, and he's dotted over just to the other building along with his spirit as well. And following up with an Eden 2. He's also deployed some troops just in the very, very bottom building there on the left hand side as well. Okay, so here comes, oh, it's a Fire Drake, my apologies, it wasn't needed, and of course it was the Fire Drake. So at that range, at different ranges, the Fire Drake will get different sizes of template, but it shoots different enemies. In this case, it's over 24 inches away, which means he's going to be getting a small template, which is almost guaranteed to hit a Thunderstorm because it is a coffee table, just driving around on the table. If he ever decides to stop, there you go, so big hit, the 6 does nothing, it just means that he hits the Thunderstorm, and then he'd be looking for a 3 just to do a little bit of damage, which is a double up. He rolled a 5, 2 more than he needed, causing 2 points of damage, which is the start to the long road of whittling away the beast that is the Thunderstorm. It is a bit silly. What he was trying to do there is, and what he is doing there in fact, is splashing over onto the free riders with the blast template. Now this is particularly cheeky because what it means is, although that was a terrible roll, he'll get a single wound on them. He had an option there of perhaps shooting the free riders instead, and if he got a hit he would have done a lot more wounds on them, as you get more wounds if you hit them centrally with a blast. In that case, as he only clipped the base, he only gets 1 hit on both squads, so he only did a single wound to that bottom squad there. Now these lists are a little bit different to the normal list I would expect to see Shatari and a Resistance player playing. We'll start, the Resistance player is using Alexander, which is very rarely seen. It'll be interesting after the game just to talk to him to see how that performed for him. You'll be able to catch that on YouTube, unfortunately not on Twitch, so do log back onto when Hawk pop that up, give it a rewatch, and if you can't be bothered to watch the game again, just skip to the end. Looks like James is activating another infantry squad here, just to interrupt myself. Finding just a little bit of intel, just a touch of intel. Just going to note that down, just so I can keep a track of it with my spreadsheet. Well, I say spreadsheet, I printed out a spreadsheet at home to keep track of everything, to make sure everything goes nice and smoothly, and promptly forgot those, so I'm using a very hood version of said spreadsheet, which is pretty much just scribbles on a bit of paper. So hopefully that will do me well for the game. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, I suppose we'll see. Okay, so Andrew here committing infantry to that fight. So, as mentioned previously, what Andrew's going to try and do here is either just get rid of those bros or just gun them down and just keep them there for the entire game. I'm not sure which squad, either Berserkers or Fighters, are in combat there. We will see soon. And what he's now going to do as well is, okay, so he's committing all of his infantry to there, so he definitely wants to wipe out that squad of Braves. The alternative choice was to get in a smaller building and get a bit of intel for next turn, and then follow up into the big building the following turn, turn 4. But I do see his reason, and if he can kill those Braves next turn, as long as James doesn't roll a 6 for intel and just get rid of the bit of intel there, it means that he will be able to kill those Braves, figuratively speaking, perhaps happening, take control of that building, and then jump back maybe on turn 5 or 6 to that smaller building when James's demolition weapons or just general anti-building weapons have been taken away, and roll a dice on the relative safety of that smaller building. The other squad of infantry got sucked back up into their Jackson, Also, interestingly, in Andrew's list, so he has no Typhoons, no Cyclones, using an Alexander, that's very left field. The Alexander, although is fine, I would say is not a, words I don't really like to use, a performance beast, unfortunately. James trying to rescue his single Tarantula there. Bearing in mind, if he loses that Tarantula, he's down a battle group, which really plays into Andrew's hands. I really think he definitely should have deployed those a little bit later. He won't be able to use those nearly as freely as he could have done if he had jumped in with them a little bit later on in the game. Also, interestingly, in Andrew's list are the choices of his troop squad configurations. What's very popular at the moment is the Skull Taker. We've loaded up with Berserkers. Reason for that, Skull Taker is very quick, moves 24 inches, and that's pretty much like a small dropship. Whereas, obviously, Lift Hawks are a little bit more cumbersome, but there are reasons behind both. Also interesting to see why you went with Feral rather than Allied. I know it says Allied at the bottom of the screen. I'm going to try and amend that, but I'm a little bit wary as to start fiddling with things on stream. So maybe that will be maybe we won't. I don't know. We will see. So as I say, yeah. So Berserkers and Jacksons, it's a little bit different. It'd be interesting to see why he went for those over him at Occupation Veterans. Now what he's done here is hidden away the Zukos from our prying eyes, which means that if James is using Twitch, bear with me here, this is worth it. If James is using Twitch to get a bird's eye view on the table, which he might forget about them, I don't think he's going to forget about them if they're in range to shoot that Eden though, because that could be real devastating. Yeah, so 2 shots on the Zukos straight on that Eden. Key tactic against Shaltari, for anyone who plays against Shaltari, is just to kill the gates. Once you kill the gates, you cripple their mobility, and the mobility is what makes the Shaltari powerful. So 2 shots here, Zukos sitting on 2s, 2 hits. James gets his 2 saves against He'll want to make 1 though, at least. It looks like he fails 1 or both. Go for the damage, and that is, although spectacularly bad, annihilates that Eden. What will happen now is they will roll to see what happens to it. At least I think he destroyed that Eden. Oh no, he didn't. Okay, well if it was a Zukos firing at the Eden, roll of a 2 should have wounded it because they're only armor 4, I believe. They're pretty paper. Even if they're armor 5, roll of 2 should have dealt 2 wounds to it. So he must have rolled a 2 and a 1. Well, you got a Panther having a pop at something. It's dealt a wound, whatever it's shooting at, so we will find out in a second what that Panther's having a pop at. So that Panther's shooting at that Kraken, which is not a terrible idea, bearing in mind that Kraken got wounded in the first turn by the Fire Drake. Now Andrew's moved the Zukos, who were, bearing in mind, still behind that building. A bit of a pain in regards to deploying those gun wagons. He's now moving those gun wagons around. Looks like they decided to stay in their Krakens. And he may... No, they're just staying in their Krakens. They're not getting out at all. So maybe going for an Alpha Strike on a Fire Drake, or maybe just being very cautious of that particular Fire Drake. The Eden must have taken a bit of a whack in the last turn, so what James is trying to do is just get it out of... Why? Tell you what, I may have got this entirely wrong, and I do apologise, kind of retroactively. Maybe Andrew was out of range of that Eden, and instead he shot the building. As I can see, looks like he's put a 1 on that building, or a damage marker on the building, so perhaps he shot the building instead, and the Eden's actually okay. The reason for James' arc, as you just did it there, would have been to stay out of any kind of reaction ranges. So without mics to the table, it can be a little bit tricky sometimes, though, to figure out what's going on. Also, what he's doing is he's hiding his Edens from the thing, and that is it. That looks like it was a turn. That was turn 2. All done. Now, Andy won. Nothing. Central Control Directive was played, which means James rolled a 6 and he gets to choose if he wants to go first or second. Scores at the end of that turn are a single victory point to the both of them. Both of those secured through a bit of intel that they rolled for. Quite cool for James now. Looking at the table, has he got anything that's really pressing that he needs to do? It's not a pretty... It's pretty imposing staring down the barrel of a resistance list. He might be better off trying to get rid of that tarantula. I'd love to know what card that is. I have absolutely no idea. A card played at the beginning of the turn is normally either quick thinking or maybe false diplomacy. We'll soon find out if... no, sorry, he's allied. Of course he's allied. That was silly of me. In which case it could have been anything. It could have been allied airstrike on his boss, for instance. I'm not 100% sure. Getting my players mixed up there, so my apologies for that. Okay. Alrighty, so running a dice just for the top there. Not sure what the result was on that one. I think it might have been just a general bit of intel. James decided to use his infantry unit first, just to whip them around the corner. So using his full infantry load here, just to roll a few more dice, jump up onto another linear. I think he may have scored another victory point there as well, which I'm going to mark down. Apologies. I'm trying to keep as best a track as I can do for this, but sometimes it can be a little bit tricky. Okay, so more wounds taken off there. What that would have been is a Fire Drake shooting his template and also shooting the Dragon Cannon, I would think, which is an Energy 9 tail gun on the Fire Drake. Fire Drake needs to be perhaps a little bit careful there of having 6 gun wagons jump on it. No, my apologies again. Sorry, that was the Braves taking shots at the Kraken by the looks of it, and now... well, let's wait and see. I'm going to wait and see. I keep committing. Yeah, he's got a Fire Drake page open, so it looks like he's going to be... he used the Braves to shoot it first, and now he's using a Fire Drake. That was my mistake. So, the template totally misses. An assisted targeting, I'm going to presume, comes out. And an espionage from Andy, which halts that happening as well. Bit of a shame. I think that Kraken might be down to just to 1 or 2 wounds now, so something that he really wants to get off, but it's finding a little bit tricky. Krakens are a pain to get rid of with their 4 damage points. Okay. So he is shooting perhaps the Free Riders with his tail cannon. Now the interesting thing about the Shaltari's cannon at the back, the tail cannon, is that it is either an anti-air gun or an anti-infantry gun. I think he took the correct decision now. I don't know if he was in range. He may have been out of range to shoot the Kraken with it, with its Energy 9 variant. But it's Energy, I'm pretty sure it's Energy 4, 12 shots, and pretty far range as well. Wiping out a whole base of Free Rider, well, 2 wins of Free Riders is a pretty admirable effort there. James's list, as Andrew's, is actually a little bit interesting as well, and I'd probably say non-standard too. Although you do see Jaguars, you don't normally just see the one of them. Although you do see obviously lots of Braves. Normally you would see perhaps 2 Pungari to 2 Braves, or 2 Pungari to a Brave and a squad of Firstborns. Firstborns being the exotic choice deadly combat fighters for the Shaltari. Andrew just moving his gun wagon brigade, the gun wagon brigade, the GWB, just up the field a little bit there, and just swinging them round. He's got a choice here. He's probably going to go for the Fire Drake. I think he needs to go for that Fire Drake. It's very good against Shaltari, against Resistance, because all these technicals are very low armor. And if he fluffs this, that could be bad. He's probably going to have a crack and shoot the building as well. But it'd be interesting to see if he goes for the infantry or the Drake. So 5 gun wagon hits. This will be against the Drake, so it will be a couple of saves for James. So 3 wounds get through. Looking for 4s, and unfortunately nothing there. Oh, my mistake! Didn't see that spirit there. Hits the spirit, kills the spirit. Very good play. It does crash land, and basically does nothing when it crash lands. To give you the truth there, guys, I have no idea what they're rolling dice for. It could be literally for anything. If anybody removes any models, that's fine. I'm still totally unsure about what they're rolling dice for. Okay, so that looks like those last 2 dice would have been a Kraken shooting at that back building. And he's having the other one go swing round, which... So he's going to shoot the... Okay, so he's probably going to shoot the Fire Drake here. Now, he's going to be lucky to get 3 wounds off that Fire Drake from Gunwagon Fire. They might hit on 2s, but even if all the wounds hit, statistically James should get a couple of saves, and then he needs 4s, so say lucky 3 wounds, especially when you miss with 2 shots. So he would have been better off either going for everything on the Spirit, everything on a Fire Drake, or just hold it. So there you go, 2 wins. Yeah, so either shooting everything on a Fire Drake, I'm talking about both squads, or shooting at Spirit, which I think was the right decision, and then keeping those gun wagons in sight that Kraken, and perhaps having them loiter just between the 2 bottom tables near the orbital laser on his side, or perhaps driving them down and trying extending his reach to get one of those Edens to really pin them down and make James really commit some anti-tank. Now, sometimes it's worth sacrificing units. He's already killed off a Spirit, which is pretty much a third of James's ability to transport units around the board. Something we haven't seen yet, actually, is James's Samurai squad, and he has kept those in space. And what he'll be looking to do is just to plop them down where he can get some good flamey times. Give them a real kind of a heavy suntan. I mean, maybe sunburn, maybe just fire, but maybe just 1st degree burns, and get those boys off the table. Jason's list is also, say, a little bit alternative. Also, just having a single Jaguar. Yeah, I see that too often. I don't think it's a terrible choice. I think the Jaguar is still a solid unit, and having 4 AA shots is certainly always useful. 2 tend to work. They tend to work as a pack. I'd say a little bit better. I think what perhaps James lacks in this list is the anti-tank qualities that Cayman really bring to the table. Although they can issue 1 target, Cayman really love thunderstorms. They just kind of rock up about 30 inches away and then just unleash 4 or 5 wounds a turn into it. They really love taking out those thunderstorms. And James is probably wishing he had a couple now. So it looks like it's Andrew's turn. There's an interloper at the table. Somebody sends security. Get him out of here. What do you think you're doing? Get out of there. Looks like they're alright, actually. It's a public party. It's fine. Okay. So it's still James. He is still now playing with his HQ squad. So that'll be the 1 Garil and the Jaguar at the bottom. Jaguar is going to have a pop at the Zukofs again, bearing in mind the Zukofs hidden behind that building. It's going to be 2s to hit when he goes for it. Maybe he's talking about cover or something. So yeah, 2 hits, and then he's going to be looking at 5s to wound. So sadly, didn't even make 5. Useless attempt. Burn the dice. Burn the fingers that cast the dice to the table. See, that's how we roll down my club. If your dice don't perform, then they just go in the bin. That's just the way it is. We actually have a set up structured bonfire. We just basically roast dice on Wicker Man style, rather than a man, of course. Of course, it's a dice. We stick our dice in a wicker dice. Clearly, that's the way to burn dice. Failing that, just the old cauldron, melt them down, get new ones, give Chessex a run for their money. Which, Everything I'm talking about clearly has no impact on this game in any particular way at all. But better than silence, I suppose. It might not be better than silence. Thinking about that might not be better than silence. So I also have today, as well as some thrilling action on the Dropzone field, some alternative facts for you. We're going full Trump on our Dropzone Commander facts, a new faction information. Now, this is very, very exciting. This particular alternative fact. We are staring down a barrel of not one, not two, right, but 3 brand new races. 3 brand new races. Okay, the first one. These are all completely exclusive, completely fake, entirely alternative. The first one is, okay, and I think people have been expecting this one to come. It's the building race. The buildings are going to become playable. This is very exciting for me. The race is going to be called the Foundation, and they pretty much feature on very static stationary units, and just pretty much just crumbling on their occupants a little bit. So they're going to be very good at focal points, I think, and probably quite good at critical locations as well. They're quite hardy, quite hard to get rid of that way. So something really to look forward to, the Foundation race. Andrew, back to the actual game and the actual real-life event. Andrew's just moved his lift hook all the way down to the bottom of the screen. Now, bearing in mind, this whole bottom half of the field on Andrew's side, James can claim no intel because it all got converted to focal points. So Andy, instead of committing himself to the middle of the board, has just decided to hand back, maybe wait for James to make a move with his Braves. You can see they're in the middle bottom building, and it's just jump on those instead. Classic dice rolling there from James. See, the thing with James sometimes is that I think he's afraid of dice spots. He gets the heebie-jeebies. That's right, the heebie-jeebies when he sees spots in dice. So when he plays games, his MO is to roll as few spots as possible. Now, that's unfortunately not very good in many games. The D100 system works very well for him, considering the way that works. One in a row low. Not so much every other system though. Okay, so another card coming out for Andrew here. Again, I'm looking at exactly the same screen as you. I can't tell any difference between them, but he is looking to use. Let me see if I can zoom in by literally putting my face closer to the screen. Hang on a second. I have no idea, unfortunately. Literally no idea what card he's using. It's a feral card though. Maybe he's got an airstrike there. No, as I say, it says allied resistance in the bottom right hand corner, just to confirm it is feral resistance, not allied resistance. Sadly, I don't know how to change that, so we're stuck with it. That's the crux of it. That's the stuck of it. I am afraid that if I go around changing that, the stream will stop working and you won't be able to watch your glorious Dropzone Commander. So this Firestorm's coming around the corner. He's going to have a pop at these Kukri. Now he's going to be far forced to hit, so pretty good hit in there. James feigning his saves. All of his saves. Remember what I said about James and not rolling as many spots. It's going to be 2 dead Kukri. Those ones clearly don't. But it's Thunderstorm's energy 11 and... okay, interestingly. So what he's done there is he's shot 2 Kukri with 2 shots, rather double one needing 2s on one of the Kukri and doubly killed the other one. So James is probably pretty happy about that. And that Thunderstorm is going to be a real issue for James to get rid of for the rest of this game. The Panther could clip a few wounds of it though. So coming up here, the Alexander is looking, it smells blood, and it is looking for some Shaltari, sweet Shaltari blood. Another alternative fact for you, Shaltari blood tastes like sweet chili sauce. Didn't know that. See, this is it, top table. I'm surprised the laser beams aren't out yet. Or just the incredibly long ruler. What's he doing? Is he going to bother trying to get a snipe on that Panther? It's probably worth pushing. Bearing in mind, guys, this is table 1. It's only game 2, I suppose, of 2 games. So the Alexander's shooting... Sorry, no, the Lift Hawk is shooting its heavy machine guns at something... a skimmer, by the looks of it. Oh, perhaps that... No, probably at the infantry in the window. The infantry are armor 4, which normally 4 to wound, as the heavy machine guns are armor energy 5, but they need +1 to wound as they have body cover, so that 4 will not cause a wound on those Braves. The Alexander didn't seem to do anything, just move forward a little bit. I guess there's nothing really for him to see there, unfortunately. And in there, you see a problem with the Alexander. It is with a moving fire of what I think is 3 inches. It is just so slow, very slow to react to anything. What it is good at, however, is jumping on focal points and jumping on critical locations. It's worth a decent amount of points. It's quite difficult to get rid of. I believe as a passive save and 4 DP, so it's a bit of a brute. He may not have a passive save. This is how out of touch I am with the Alexander. I've not seen it in a very long time. It's very alternative. Okay, so what have we got going on here? We've got a troop squad, by the look of it, going with a spirit, perhaps just a single spirit. James would do real tricky for those Braves, real tricky. He doesn't really have anywhere to go with them, that's the problem. He's going to want to get into that middle building, but unless he has his Haven and an Eden for free, or another spirit somewhere that I can't see on the board, then he's going to have issues getting anywhere with those Braves, anywhere useful at any rate. It is worth bearing in mind that James can still get at least some points off his focal points by contesting them. So instead of his Braves there, he is going in with his Panther. His Panther's going to shoot the Thunderstorm, gaining 2 hits, and he's going to be looking for 5s to wound, energy 8 against armor 8. Will his dot phobia haunt him? Oh, he does at least 1 wound, 2 wounds by the glare on that. Yeah, 2 wounds, another 2 wounds on the Thunderstorm. So whittling it down to Andrew making him re-roll it. A little bit snivelly. I'm gonna call him out there. But yeah, nevertheless, he deserved that 6. I'm gonna put that out there. James deserved that 6. Dealing 2 wounds onto that Thunderstorm. I hope you guys are enjoying this stream. If you are on the Twitch live chat, then unfortunately I won't be able to see anything that you post for me. But if you do have any questions, please do jump on to the Hawk Facebook feed. Also, you can jump onto the Twitter account for Hawk as well. You can tweet any tweeters and anything like that you want at Hawk. Ask me a question. My name is Dan. I'm happy to answer any questions you have for the game. The same in the Facebook comments as well. If you have any questions, just stick them up and I will be happy to answer those too. So I hope you guys are enjoying this. This is the first time that we have seen Hawk in at least an official capacity send out a live feed of one of their games. So this is a very special event over here in Cardiff in Wales, for those of you unfamiliar with where Cardiff is. Looks like the Zukos are popping around a corner and going to their best to annihilate a building, just a building there by the look of it. They didn't have a lot of decisions to shoot at. One of the reasons they were able to do that is because really James doesn't want to be sticking his airships. I mean, there isn't really any more airships for James to activate over there. Now you can see at the bottom of the screen that Eden is not on a flight stand, and what I'm going to presume has happened is that it has landed in order to avoid being taller than that building. Obviously, ships being 6 inches high rather than their actual state on the table, and the Zukos trying to nip him around the corner and shooting them. So that would have been a good roll there. Either that or he's gone low, but judging by it being placed on the ground, I would suspect he has landed it instead. Landing aircraft can always be a little bit choicy because it means anybody else can shoot them. How did you hear activating his single unit of incredibly brave free riders? Maybe brave to run right up next to a fire drake, and again, bearing in mind, if these free riders die, he's down a whole battle group. So they need to do something. I think that's probably the right decision. That's the right decision if Andrew puts those 3 riders in that building, because very importantly, he becomes the occupier. Being the occupier suddenly means that James cannot get in that building and roll for intel. Now he can get in the building. He said, okay, so he's decided not to get in, and I think that was a mistake. The reason I think that, 3 riders, he's letting him do it. He's getting in. Yeah, that is the right thing to do. Free riders are quite hard to kill for Field and Masonry, although they are squishy. They have dispersed formation, which means you need 3 solid wounds. No double ups will count there. And also being inside that building, as I said, just not a moment ago, means that James can't become the occupier in that building until those 3 riders are dead. That means you cannot roll for that bit of intel, which is quite important. So the Pungari here, rolling for the intel. Roll a 4, which means they get another little point of intel there. I'm not sure if he activated any gates with them. I suspect he would have at least done the Haven, just to get them off the board. And to keep them in space for later deployment on the turn as well. I'm just going to stop looking at the screen for a moment while I jot this down here. Now that brings James up to a total of 4 victory points. So as things stand, James is actually winning this game. So those focal points on Andrew's side are going to become very important. It's all going to be very important to see whether Andrew can get into James's side of the board. Now where the Braves are, you can see at the bottom of the screen. It may even be worth keeping them there just to deny Andrew that piece of intel. Simply because James has no choice or no chance of getting any piece of intel from Andrew's side of the board because they're all focal points. So what might be a legit play here for James? Using the word legit feels a bit dirty, but I think that's the right word to say. I'm going to up myself again. It looks like he's doing, so he put the Pungari through the Haven up into the Eden, and the Eden's just going to shimmy about a bit. Now, the reason he's done that is because already losing at least 1 spirit, I can only see 1 spirit on the board. So if he loses that Haven, he suddenly cannot deploy any more troops, which is clearly, in any game, a huge issue. And he's decided just to hang that Eden back and to hide it. He's also got the Kukri in his battle group as well, which are running away incredibly sensibly from the nightmare unit that is the Thunderstorm, the floating airbed of just nastiness. It's the kind of airbed that you want to have a nice sleep in. I'm gonna put it that way. This is, bearing in mind, turn 3. Sadly, we don't have a turn marker on the board. It's quite key in the drop zone to see what turn it is. The Kukris are having a pop. What they're having a pop at? I took my eyes off the screen. Doing this solo can be a little bit challenging, not knowing what's going on. Looks like he might have killed a technical. That is a... he wounded a technical by the looks of it. He needed 5s to do it. So rolling 1, 5 and 3 dice is pretty understandable there. Andrew is... Okay, okay, so what we have here is a little bit of CQB. To explain exactly what's going on, the Braves in the top middle building have activated along with the Kukris and the Pungari. Now, CQB always happens at the end of a turn, hence why this hasn't happened yet. Now, we're wondering what those units were in the building. That was a lot of terrible dice rolling from Andrew there. He put both of his Berserker units into that building to fight the Braves in the hopes of getting rid of them. Now, he needs 6s, so he looks like he's rolled 3 6s, which is a whole base of Braves, which I'm just going to jot down as well. Take my eyes off the field just for a second. I roll any dice, don't? There we go. And what he was doing at the beginning there, he was rolling 2 dice for each run, simply because Berserkers will get a random amount of attacks at the beginning of a phase. Now, Joseph, it looks like he did quite a lot of wounds there, 4 wounds in total, and the Berserkers get a 5-up dodge save, which means he did 1 or 2 wounds. I can't see the other dice. And on the other squad, as there's 2 squads, he has to split his attacks. James has dealt another 2 wounds to that other Berserker squad. Now, I don't believe there'll be any fortitude techs here, because the amount of wounds that were caused, they didn't cause enough to warrant a fortitude tech, which, I mean, at this point probably plays into James's hands. Now, I was saying about Andrew gumming up James's troops and keeping them in one place. James's Braves are now doing exactly the same thing to those Berserkers. They are engaged in combat. The Berserkers cannot withdraw. They are stuck there for at least another turn, which means the earliest they'll be deploying is on turn 5, and that's only if he can roll enough, which, I mean, realistically, he should be rolling enough 6s. And it was a pretty bad show of affair on his dices. His dices? That's not good England. His dice part to not roll enough there. So what's happening here? They're the Berserkers. Jackson, so it looks like Andrew's going ahead and activating that troop squad. He might still have an an infantry squad knocking about in that Jackson. Yeah, so there you go. He stuck them up last turn, sticking them in that small building, which means actually Andrew doesn't really care if those berserkers are in there for the next few amounts of turn. They're just there to kill those Shaltari, and if he wins, maybe get a few more points, and that's the end of the turn. So for the next turn, James wins activation. He can decide if to go first or second while the boys deal out their cards. I'm just going to read out what happened that turn. Andrew killed a spirit and some braves, as in a whole braves squad. Sorry, not a whole brave squad. Silly me. Just one base of braves. I believe it's only one spirit he killed. James is going to play a card, which is an underground monorail. Okay, very interesting. And it looks like field repairs came out. Yeah, field repairs came out on the thunderstorm there. At the end of the third turn, the top of the third turn, if you like, kind of like that, the top of the third turn, we're looking at James on 4 victory points and Andrew on 1. So Andrew does need to get some of those intel in order to really nail down a big victory. With 3 game tournaments, it's very important to maximise the amount of points. Of course, it is an only tournament, but there is really, really very little room for manoeuvre when it comes to 3-day tournaments. You need to be winning comfortably quite high each of your games, otherwise some freak result on another table, a 20-0 or a 19-1 could throw your podium finish right out of the window. These two guys have been playing Dropzone pretty much from the beginning as well. James used to be part of the Orbital Bombardment team, which is my team at my club, my blog at the moment. And Andrew's also been playing for an awful long time as well. Again, I think pretty much from the beginning too. So, looks like there's a toilet break going on. So, that's a good thing. Gives James a little bit of a chance to mull over things. I guess what he's thinking here with these Braves is that he's going to underground monorail into the building opposite him, because, a couple of reasons, he gets a contesting point, which is, again, very important. What that really means is pretty much halves the deficit against that focal point, and also it means that he'll contest the other focal point, because I believe those two buildings are within 6 inches of each other. And also, Andrew can't really shoot that building because it's his focal point, and if he destroys it, he's out 2 points, which is an interesting conundrum. On the other side of things, however, it does mean that if James leaves that building he is in with the Braves, the resistance fighters that Andrew has just underneath the letter E in Dropzone at the bottom of your screen, he can get all of those troops into both of those buildings. And at a minimum, he could find at a minimum he's going to find 2 more intel points, and at a maximum he's going to get another 2 focal points. Although that would be incredibly unlikely, but it does happen. We've already seen 4 so far in this game. I think perhaps this turn we see Andrew, he needs to start focusing fire, I think, on that building in front of the thunderstorm, that focal point. I think it's just worth getting rid of it. It's not worth contesting it. I don't think he can win. The Gariel's too many points and the Jaguar's too many points, and I'm not sure who'll get the kills with his thunderstorm there. Even though it's quick, James can just hide behind the building like a dog and a squirrel around a tree. So I think the right thing to do here would be for Andrew to annihilate a building just in front of his thunderstorm, so just to the left of his thunderstorm. The one not the big one, the little one next to it, with the Jaguar next to it. Get that focal point out of the way, withdraw your thunderstorm, go back and contribute your points to those 2 buildings. Those 2 focal points in your area. Make sure that you own them. Don't spread yourself too thin. It looks like James is perhaps wanting to go first in this activation. In James's part, I see things as being a little bit simpler for Andrew. He just needs to stop James picking up points, which at this point of the game is easier. I couldn't tell you what the roll was for. I'm pretty sure it was a 1. Remember James's phobia of spots. He doesn't like spots. Andrew rolling for building damage. So I'm not sure. Right, I can tell you exactly what's happened. James has rolled for intel, rolled a 1, picked up a victory point for his effort. However, it's blown up in his face because he found a booby trap. A booby trap! A little bit like Data, but not really anything like Data actually. So let's forget that reference. But it does earn him a victory point, and see, this is the hard thing about commentating on your own. Not looking at the table while you're trying to record data is always a little bit tricky. I think James is rolling to go low here with his Eden. But again, I'm not sure what Andrew is rolling for. Right, okay, so As he activated the troop squad, his fire drake is going, Andrew was reaction firing, and James was making saves. Making another save there, that was unsuccessful, no damage from Andrew, but that fire drake is perhaps down to 2 wounds looking at the dice on its base, which puts it in a very precarious position. The Lift Hawk's AA, by the look of it, that can't be the Lift Hawk's AA because it doesn't hit on, it needs 6 to hit in reaction fire. Looks like nothing happened anyway, which is a good thing. Right, I'm going to take my eyes off the screen for a moment. If I do miss something, I do apologise. I do need to write down what's happening though. So, puts James up to 5 victory points, which is good for James. He needs all the victory points he can get. It'll be in turn 4. It's important that he get this. He really needs to get rid of those 3 riders in the middle building, which means he needs to engage them this turn in hopes of getting them in turn 5, in hopes of getting a bit more intel in turn 6. This is what's good about Dropzone Commander, it's thinking ahead. It's not a game, it's although it can be reactive, it's very much planning 2 steps, 3 steps, even the whole game ahead of your opponent to try and get the jump on them. Now the Fire Drake here is going to do something, probably stick down a large blast on those gun technicals, gun wagons I would think. It looks like he hit everything and he is rolling to do some wounds. And he kills nothing because resilience, which is the most frustrating card in the game. Well, that's not true actually, it's very frustrating. So what looked like happened there is James did enough damage to kill off a technical. However, there is a resistance card called Resilience, and what that means is if you lose a wagon or a technical that turn, you can play the card and it comes back to life with 1 HP. It does, however, look like he is destroyed. Finally, James gets some kill on the table. That was actually very difficult to tell what he actually just removed from the table. Perhaps a Jackson. I'm going to note it down as a Jackson for now. If it changes, of course, I will prompt everybody else. You guys are going to be screaming right at me right now, just telling me it wasn't a Jackson, you're an idiot, get off the air, we don't want to listen to you anymore. There's always the option of the mute button, if that's the way you feel. Hopefully that isn't the way you feel though, I'm sure it won't be. So, James here, trying to decide what to do with his spirit, and I'm going to presume, I think this is his Pungari. It's got a real tricky decision actually. The spirit there is flying low to stay behind the building to avoid being shot by those gun wagons, which at the moment I would presume are out of range. But by going low, it means they're not going to get a shot on him this turn, which is always good. You can't afford to lose that spirit really. And the Braves, in true Shaltari style, are popping out of 1 spirit and literally travelling 40 inches across the board through the space-time continuum. Oh, they're not. That's a shame. I love it when they move 40 inches. Okay. So instead of moving through the space-time continuum, they're moving through probably the polar opposite of that, an old monorail that they just located between the 2 buildings. So that was a bit of a complete miscall from me there, but you know, without the mics, it's again quite difficult sometimes to figure out what people are doing. So as I said, at the beginning of the turn, he's going to go in there. Those Braves, unless, I mean, Andrew can decide to hit that building, but I think he'd be better off killing that focal point in front of the Thunderstorm and just ignoring those Braves and letting James just take that. Andrew does need to start getting VPs on the board though. He is now 5-1 behind. So the gun wagons are shot a moment ago. Special rule for the resistance: you can shoot and embark in the same turn, or disembark in the same turn. So those wounded gun wagons are back into the wounded Kraken actually, as are the nice fresh, fruity fresh summer breeze gun wagons there as well. I'm surprised he didn't locate more. Although with the Zukovs at the bottom, of course, I suppose he's got that area covered. But maybe moving that lower Kraken further up the board. I guess Staying in the middle of the board, though, will allow him to react anywhere. It will be interesting to see in this game if one of the two players actually decide to encroach on a hard scale the other person's table edge. Of course, we've seen James nip into Andy's, which is to be expected. Shatari are faster with the Braves and his Spirit just behind that low building at the top of the screen. And then that Thunderstorm, whether it's going to stay where it is or if it's going to retreat as well. Yeah, it looks like Andy's laying down on the right hand side of my screen. I don't think he is. I'd like him to be. I feel if he feels stressed and he wants to lie down, I think that's okay. Here's a poll for you guys out there. Beds at tournaments, what do you think? We could just play on a giant mattress and have just a lower table next to our mattresses. We can lay down. I definitely know some gamers that would definitely appreciate a bed gaming setup. I think maybe that's the future of just gaming in general, just bed gaming. If I can lay in bed and play my PlayStation, why can't I lay in bed and play Dropzone Commander? And stay tuned, of course, for more incredible insights like that one while we play some Dropzone Commander. James using his Kukri, which are part of his second battle group. His Tarantula, his single lone Tarantula, which missed. I'm going to presume with his main gun, and he's put it right on the E of it. Okay, so he looks like he must have shot with his micro laser first. That'd be a couple of points of damage to a Kraken, I would suspect, if that is his. Yep, so he's killed the Kraken, and he's destroyed as well 2 gun wagons in the process. The 2 injured gun wagons, of course, which is a bit of a shame, I suppose, from James's point of view, but he's finally getting a few more points on the board. He's finally beginning to actually get some kills out, which is something that having that edge is kind of James has lacked a little bit in this game. He's always been in the back foot, so maybe getting rid of some of his AA will work. Looks like Andy here is scoring himself another VP by finding and activating his Berserker and Infantry squad just there at the top of the screen. Again, I'm just looking away from the screen just for a moment, so if anything does happen in the meanwhile and I get it wrong, I do apologise for that. That brings him up to 2 total victory points, which doesn't really sound like much, but of course bear in mind he's got those focal points on the right hand side of the screen, which he's incredibly likely to keep hold of until the end of the game. The Resistance have dominate the lower field on the ground rather than the air. Very good at scoring. So James there, not James, of course, Andy there, shooting something, perhaps the Braves with the heavy machine gun from the lift hawk. Maybe not. I took my eyes off the field for a second. How dare they play a game that I'm not looking at? Somebody needs to have a word with him, I tell you. Okay, so James here weighing up some decisions. Looks like he's going with his HQ. His HQ, James is playing with his balls out here, Jesus. Thankfully for everybody included at home and around the table, not in a literal sense of that, he is moving his battle group into sight of that Thunderstorm with his Gariel just to shoot it and maybe try and kill it, but that Thunderstorm hasn't activated yet, and it will be licking its lips at the anticipation of nailing that Gariel with his Thunderstorm. This Jaguar is shooting at the Zukovs again. It's fruitless. Frankly, it's a waste of time. So the Gariel here. Okay, so I understand. So what James is looking at, Gariel also has a flame weapon which he can lay into the free riders to try and get rid of the free riders, which will allow him to become the occupier, which is actually a very good idea. The Jaguar fluffing one of its shots and finally dealing a wound. You can see how joyous he is. That said, he has to bear in mind he's only put 6 shots into those Zukos, so dealing 1 wound is not really that far off odds, all things considered. So maybe the jubilation was unfounded there. Guile's going to get its, I think it's 5 energy 5 shots at the free riders. This is flame, so it's allowed to target units inside. It's energy 5, so it's going to need freeze to be wounding this. You don't get body cover from flame weapons. None of these double out, so he'll need 3 natural freeze or more to actually get rid of these guys here. So that is Dross. Incredibly bad. That's turn defining. The reason for that, if he got rid of those free riders, he could have become the occupier, got more intel. That could have happened. Instead, he is having to use the micro lasers to shoot the building as well. What's that? A couple of points of damage? 1 point of damage, in which there is no falling masonry by the look of it. He's running more dice as well, and I couldn't tell you what these dice are for, unfortunately. Another one though. James's aversion to spots continues. There. I tell you what happened there. James was using his special demolisher weapons on his Gariel there and it has demolisher too. So although he looks like he dealt 2 wounds, he actually dealt 4 wounds to it. Hence those 4 dice for falling masonry. Sadly for James, of course, not able to inflict any wounds there by the look of it. As I said before, I am not mic'd up to the table, unfortunately, so I can't see what they're talking about. And sometimes it can be a little bit hard to represent that. James, hopefully they're not playing that incorrectly. It looks like they've removed the intel, but I don't think it disappears on a roll of a 1 anymore. But what happens there is Andrew finds a booby trap. He deals a bit of damage to the table, and the fallen masonry does another wound to the free riders. So that flame roll at energy 5 from the Gariel was really poor. I did 1 wound on 5 dice needing freeze, and now what's happened is this game is very much in Andrew's control now. Those 3 riders are there for the next turn. For those that are there, if those 3 riders are there next turn, that's another intel. So if those 3 riders are there next turn, interestingly, they won't get to roll the intel for that building as a focal point has been found. It also means that thunderstorm now cannot smash that building. That said, that thunderstorm can now target the Gariel and is not terrible. Let's be honest, not terrible at killing anything in this game. The thunderstorm is a beast. James is going with his Panther next. Just need to jot down ever so quickly what something died, and I completely forgot what it was, but that's okay. So the Panther's shooting the thunderstorm by the look of it. It's a point of damage as well, so back down to 4. Well, back down to 5 wounds. I think 9 wounds the thunderstorm have. It's crazy, really. Andrew's now on a total of 3 victory points, plus the 6 who own it for the focal points, plus another 1 for that contested focal points. So he's really on 10 VPs to James is. If we're looking at this figuratively now, James being on 5 victory points at the moment, owning 1 victory points to 7, and then contesting 2 victory points, putting him on 9. So it is tighter than it looks, but I think those 2 bottom buildings will really sway things in Andrew's favour, and probably giving a win at the end of this. Please do remember, if you have any questions, any comments, anything that you would like to ask me or you want to have the players asked, please do go onto our Facebook feed, so it's just Hawk's Facebook feed. You'll be able to find it all on there. Also, you can tweet at us. Again, just find Hawk on Twitter, and you can tweet over to us. It looks like that. Not 100% what they're rolling for now. What units are they looking at? Perhaps a bit of combat's happening. Okay, so looking at the Alexander's rules, you can see how much these guys have played with these units. The Alexander's using its energy 7 shots. I'll tell you what he's shooting at a second. Maybe a Kukri. Saves 2 hits. And that'll kill Kukri. No, takes a wound of the Tarantula, my mistake. So that was the Alexander pumping his energy 7 guns into the Tarantula. Needed a 6th to wound, so got a bit lucky there. So, he's really committing. And he's going after the Jaguar, the easier target, but I would have been tempted to go after the Gariel. That's pretty bad. What will happen on a double 1 is it will overheat and it causes 2 damage to itself. Can't say I feel sorry. Thunderstorms are the worst. James saves 1 save, and the Thunderstorm being energy 12 deals 2 points of damage, as you can see on that tiny dice down there next to the Jaguar. So, James activating an Eden with this next battle group. I guess we'll probably find out which battle group in a second. Maybe some troops. What I will do actually is I will just double check the rules before I get involved. Yeah, so in regards to that middle building, I'm actually going to send somebody over there to tell them that that bit of intel can still be found by James and it is not removed. Andy here shooting at perhaps the Kukri with his Zhukovs. Fails both saves, whatever he's shooting at, and needed 4s if he was shooting at a Kukri. So I'm going to presume that he did not hit that 25 or the 75% chance that he needed there. It used to remove it, but it doesn't anymore. Okay. So what's going on at the bottom here? Sorry, I had to move away from the computer. Just talking to Scott, who's a brand new Hawk, very good social media manager. He's just going to run over to that runner's table. That's right, I'm getting involved. It's not my game, I'm getting involved. Just to tell you, can see him at the bottom there, lovely trainers. Going to tell him that that middle building should still have a bit of intel on there for James to find. You can see he rolled a 1. It could be that I'm wrong and I'm interfering for no reason. And of course it is their game. But I think it's only fair that if they're playing on that top table, that everybody's on the same page. Looks like everybody's happy. That wasn't the case. Maybe I got a missed call earlier. So James moving around to the other side of the table. I can see him here. He's not gone, don't worry. Looks like he's doing something with his spirit. So, just being informed that they're aware that their middle building can still be searched by James. There's an intricate, they didn't use the word intricate, I'm adding that in, an intricate laced system of dice and tokens. I would have thought perhaps a simpler system of putting a token on the building might work better, maybe? Okay, it's fine, it's their game at the end of the day. James moving his spirit just around the corner there. To what ends? Looking at the board. Couldn't really tell you. Actually, it depends what else he's trying to do with that spirit. He might be better off rocketing it 30 inches up the board, behind that middle table, trying to get, bearing in mind it's only turn 4, trying to get a squad in to one of these buildings. One of the top buildings, so one of James's 10-point buildings, maybe for turn 5, so he gets a roll on turn 6. That's what I'd be thinking about, maximising my point outlay. James here using an Eden and his Haven just to get those. Looks like Pungari. It's Pungari that he had off the board. No, sorry, they aren't Pungari. They are Braves. So Braves that were in the top left-hand corner of the table, who are also very robust against pretty much everything. And what's beneficial here is now because Andy's HQ has been. It means that he can't hammer that middle building this turn with his Thunderstorm. So James should be able to get in and out, it being a 30-point building, before that building just crumbles around him. Now the Samurai that James had in his list still look like they haven't come out. And he really probably should have had those out in turn 2 around that middle building, just so he could add a little bit of threat to it. I don't think Andy would have allocated those 3 riders in that building if there was Samurai there, so maybe a misplay there for James. Looking at the course of this game, and he's going to be looking, so I think he's got troops just down at the bottom below the drop zone E, of drop zone commander. They will probably be looking to allocate into 2 of the buildings. Okay, James using, maybe they were so my mistake again. In fact, it was Pungari that went into the middle building. James just didn't allocate enough bases at the time while he moved everything else. We've got a little bit of shooting going on. Unable to determine where it... okay, so what's happened now? We've got the combat. Andy there was rolling for the amount of dice he would be rolling against the Braves. And then James there rolling to hit the Berserkers. Andy failing one. If he fails another, he might lose a squad. Or a base, I should say. So he loses a single base. No, he doesn't lose any bases. Just enough to keep a base in the game on both sets of saves. Good rolling there from Andy. Those 2 wounds, I think, should be enough to kill the Braves. That was pretty awful. And that was even worse. Well, actually, it was exactly the same, wasn't it? Any 6s here? That'll definitely be enough. So that'll be both of those squads of Braves gone. So that is now Andy's building. James, if able, wants to get a squad in there and stop them moving about the board. As soon as those Berserkers, now they're free, they have the potential to be able to jump into the 2 top left-hand buildings of James's and score some vital intel for Andy. Just writing down, just so I can keep track of everything that's died here. So here we go. So here comes up the left talk. James is going to get a bit of reactive fire because Shaltari gates have a built-in reaction fire gun, basically. In this case, it deals a wound. I think it's only energy 4, so I think it just deals a single wound. Even if it's 2 wounds, Andy isn't going to be too bothered about that, I wouldn't have thought. And he should have range here. I say that, he may not have range. He needs to be within 7 inches of that building, the left-hand bottom building, with his Eden in order to get his troops into that farm. Obviously, he can definitely get them into the building that the Braves vacated, which I think was a mistake that the Braves vacated them, which just gifts Sandy at least another 1 victory point. And it looks like those other infantry squads were not done, and that is turn 5, the end of turn 4. I don't know what James's dice said. It could have been a 4. I'm not sure. Well, I guess we'll find out who has the activation in a moment. Scores at the top of turn 4. We're looking at 3 victory points, and only 3 victory points at the moment for Andy, bearing in mind all of his focal points that he owns. And then also we are looking at 5 total victory points for James. So James up on the victory points, however down perhaps on total victory points at the end of the game. We will, of course, have to see. I think Andy, he can do with killing more gates. He's probably, although he's tried a bit, he really needs to limit James's mobility to stop James contesting at the end of the game in order to maximise his victory. Andy's rolling, activating his free riders. He rolled, I think he perhaps rolled another 1. Yeah, he rolled another 1. Blew partner building up. And he has, by the looks of it, killed the squad through a booby trap. But it was a worthwhile event. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And also it adds another victory point on there for Andy. So in turn 5, that puts him up to 4 victory points. It does, however, mean that James, of course, gets the kill points for those free riders. But those free riders had a very good game, finding a focal point and 2 victory points. So they probably should have been tied down, or at least flamed by the samurai, which I still cannot see on this board. James going with his HQ battle group here. We got the Gariel moving up, perhaps to take a snipe at the Zukofs. Like, Gariel needs to be very careful with the Zukofs, because those Zukofs from that age probably in cover hits on 6s, but any wounds dealt to that Gariel will do double damage. You can kill one Zukov, can kill a Gariel in a single shot, so he needs to be very careful there. Probably smelling the blood on the Thunderstorm's lip there, trying to really bloody it and really get it off the table. If they can get that Thunderstorm off the table, that's a really big deal. The way the Thunderstorm doing the 2 points of damage to itself in the last turn, something Andy definitely didn't want to see. That Jaguar in front of it probably should do a couple of damage points, and that Gariel, if it's in range, should again probably do a couple of damage points. So they've got a very good chance here, very good chance of killing that Thunderstorm right now. I think that's probably the right thing. I think that Gariel's probably out of range as well. So the Jaguar, 2 shots, 1 or 2 hits. and it's going to need freeze to wound it. So he rolls well here. So another 2 wounds to it there, doubling out. Meaning he's only got 2 wounds left on that Thunderstorm. And the Gariel, all to play for, freeze to hit. So that's at least 1 hit. So 2 hits by the look of it. And it's dead. Dead Thunderstorm. That is very, very interesting. That completely changes the game. And he pushing too far forward with that Thunderstorm. Rolling that double 1 really cost him. That said, the dice that James just rolled would have killed it regardless. So he shouldn't feel too bad. Oh, clumsy Jaguar. Clumsy Jaguar. Put your big boy shoots on. Stop falling over. We've got some shooting going on here. It looks like somebody's shooting that building. Not sure where that came from, to be honest with you. Not sure where those shots came from on that building. Unless it was Andy rolling for an objective, which is entirely possible, but I don't think it was. So just going to total down here. So the reason that Thunderstorm is big, and not just because Andy is now CV1, he gets 1 card and has no sphere of influence. That's a real killer. Bigger than that, what this means is that if James can get his Gariel, and it's real dangerous, but he could win in the game, he can get his Gariel down to any of those 2 focal points, bearing in mind if one unit can contest or own 2 focal points, he can win this game. He can snatch it away from Andrew. The reason it's so dangerous is there's still 3 gun wagons and 2 Zukos knocking about, and Zukos really love eating up Shaltari skimmers, bearing in mind because Zukos are AA, Shaltari do not get the skimmer bonus against them. They of course get their saves, but with the low armor 7, it means that any 4-ups a Zukos roll will be doing 2 points of damage, and any 6 they roll will be doing 4 points of damage. So Andy there, blowing himself up again. A lot of 1s being rolled for intel. That's a couple of points of damage on the building, and it's going to be 1 more point of damage. 1 falling masonry hit on the squad. My mistake, sorry. I don't think they... Yeah, so 2 fallen masonry hits and then 2 points of damage to one of the bases. Again, Andy's not going to worry too much about that. A couple of points of damage to some fighters. They're expendable. Just going to note down here while they're doing their thing. Andy's now up to 5 victory points. James also on 5, so he really needs to score some points. Or, as I say, really push forward and claim those focal points on Andy's side of the table. Has he got the firepower in 2 turns with his main killer squads, the Jaguar and the Gariel, left with enough firepower to take it away from him? I'm not sure, to be honest with you, but I think he's got to try something, hasn't he? So you see now Andy at the bottom of the screen allocating his infantry into the other building. That will give him at least, let's say, 1 victory point, unless he rolls a 6, which is probably not what he wants to do there, because the Gariel or the Jaguar will just pop down and just take control of that focal point, giving James another 2. But it's the law of the dice. You can't tell what's going to happen with the dice unless you bring loaded dice. That's always a bad option if you're a bad gamer, to bring loaded dice to a tournament. But, you know, depends on your game system. Maybe one day there'll be a game system that uses loaded dice. So, options here for the boys. It looks like it is James's turn. What does James want to do here? His Panther has pretty much nothing to shoot at. It's been bad all game. I think his Panther should have come down where you can see the bottommost horizontal road. I think it should have come along there, or even lower than that. Granted, it wouldn't have been able to allocate itself to any focal points, but it would have had free range shooting all the lift hawks and all of the Krakens that it's seen throughout the entire game, instead of just taking pot shots. Or again, it could have shot the Thunderstorm as well, which it has been doing, and nicking a couple of shots off it, and I guess ultimately that ended up in its kill, but I still think it would have been better deployed, as right now it hasn't got anything to do anywhere. Hard calls for James. What does he want to do here? He can't now, because those Berserkers ended last turn without another enemy player in the building. He cannot gum those guys up in combat there, which means his choices are really either to become occupier again in his own buildings where Andy has not been, in order to stop Andy getting victory points, or to try and get his Pungari in the middle of the table there over to one of the smaller buildings in order to grab more victory points that way too. difficult and challenging thing with this particular intel mission is that if you are rolling dice, there's always the possibility that you roll a 6. And if you roll a 6, it becomes a focal point, which is not always good. If you roll a focal point to somebody else's half of the table, for instance, it might be hard for you to allocate enough models over there to actually secure it and gain you the points, giving your opponent some free points. So it looks like he's pointing at his spirit, which is just hidden behind that small white building at the top of the table. Maybe thinking about some shenanigans with troops. I'd be tempted to whip that spirit maybe over to that. Maybe activate the Pungari, and there's the Haven just hidden next to the Gariel there, right in the middle of the table, and that spirit with the white building. Move that spirit right the way up to the top, staying 24 inches away from those Zukovs, kind of approximately, as you can't pre-measure in this game, and hop those Pungari out either into or just behind that small building at the top right hand of your screen. And the reason for that is it's quite easy to destroy a small 0.10 point building and get fallen masonry on your boys. The Pungari out behind the building in the top right hand corner, it's going to be very hard for Andrew to get a bead on those, and because there's so many bases and he doesn't have any template weapons, it's going to be very difficult there for him to really get to grips with that unit. Of course, if he does that, thinking about it, you won't get to roll for intel next turn, so we'd have to put them in the building. So probably worth the risk, actually. I also said that Andy reverted to CV1 this turn, which is actually not true. Looking at their lists again, he had put the commander level 4 commander in his Alexander and not his Thunderstorm. So very sensible there. That was a mistake by myself. James is indeed going for his Braves, which, unless he wants to go allocate, he's got to get in those small buildings at the top. That white building, Andy, would be wise to keep his infantry in there. So okay, so it looks like he might be doing... What are we doing? Going low, by the look of it. There we go. So as we said, right. So instead of moving a Pungari in the middle of the field, he moved the Braves from the bottom, where you can see the spirit next to the orbital laser, and just shot them 40 inches, the old classic fling manoeuvre across the board into that small building in the top right hand corner, which I think is the correct play. So Andy would be wise to keep his infantry in that small white hand building at the top there, just to deny it, just to be the occupier and not allow James to roll for the intel. And his other spirit is going to whip round as well, round to the back there, and he will be doing that in order to move his Pungari through a haven to that spirit, probably for next turn to become contesters on those focal points. And perhaps even contribute to the win. Actually, maybe not there, but having that spirit in the backfield definitely gives him play. I think he might have forgotten that those gun wagons haven't gone and can just shifty back, and those gun wagons definitely get a shot on that spirit from that far away. Talk about something. I'm not sure what they're talking about. From this point on, what Andy wants to start doing is really denying things. The victory points are in his hands. If he can smash that building that has the Braves in it in the top right hand corner, that'd be very beneficial to him. Oh, my mistake again. Sorry, he has kept the Braves in that bottom building, and he must have had some Braves off the table, which he has teleported into the building. What he's doing at the moment is he's shooting a squad of nondescript. Again, not having them mic'd up, quite difficult to determine what's going on. Shooting a Zukovs with the Braves, does nothing, rolls a 1, needed a 6, so not that surprising, really. Wherever the infantry came from, it's the right thing to do in that top right hand corner. So James here, rolling, I mean, pretty much all the ones I've ever seen. Tell you what he's shooting at though. So he does a few wounds. Right, okay. So just shooting his dragon cannon from his fire drake at that building in front of him. So rolling all those 1s and 2s, not such a big deal. He always hit buildings and 2s, so that's not really a problem. A 1 is rolled. Couldn't tell you what that's for either. So bear with me while I'm a little bit silent, just trying to figure out actually what they're doing at the moment. I see. So, and he activated something, I couldn't tell you what, and shot that building by the look of it. As before, this is a live Twitch feed. This is some post-active commentary. So if you do have any questions, do jump onto Facebook, Hawk Facebook that is, their official page. Do jump onto Hawk Wargames Twitter as well. Tweet us and we will be happy to answer any questions that you have coming at you. For those of you watching this on YouTube, of course you can post in the comments, it should be able to help as well. So Andy's abandoning that building. Interesting, okay. Now James has allocated his spirits, bearing in mind he's only got 2 spirits left. He can safely get out of that building and not worry about giving up a piece of intel and have his troops just drive around the corner. There might be a lift hawk hidden at the back of that big, shiny, tall building at the back there. So, Andy here really wants to start denying James, as I said before. Using those gun wagons to go and shoot down that spirit on his backboard. I think that could be quite important. Although he does have another spirit, it does mean that reaction fire is always an option. For next turn, of course. That Alexander, I'd recommend getting it back in his lift hawk, flying it down about 9 inches to about where that lift hawk is, just so he can contest both those buildings. What he's doing at the moment though is just getting his berserkers back into their transports. It looks like those transports are being sucked up into the lift hawk, the proverbial Hoover, and that lift hawk may well go on and jolly and try and get him in more buildings just to get that roll on the last turn of the game and really cement Andy's victory point lead at the end of the game, of course. Currently they are drawing. Instead he's putting his troops back. And I don't know why. So that lift hawk at the top of the screen that you can see, yes, so the white building, could have... Okay, I can tell you why it's done. Now, unfortunately, because the amount of deployments it would have taken for the berserkers to get in their Jacksons, lift hawks to get in the Jackson, to get out of the get in the Jacksons, to get in the lift hawk, to get out of the lift hawk, to get into the building was unfortunately too many. And it looks like he wasn't able to get over across to those buildings on the left-hand side. Unfortunately, one of the hazards of not having light dropships in your list, of course, Resistance only have one unit which can do that, the MFRs, the Marine Force of Recon. He does not have any of those as he is playing Feral. The Pungari are getting out of town. Looks like he just must have rolled a 4. I can see 4 at the bottom of the screen, so he must have rolled a dice just to get a victory point, single victory point there, which puts James up to 6 victory points this turn. Turn 5. And with this, he might have to fire Drake with this particular battle group. He's pushing his spirit right over. At some point in the game as well, he must have played a call for extraction, because he definitely lost a spirit at one point in this game. Getting the benefit of having a high CV for James. It's not something that you often see with Shatari these days, actually. The Shatari players would typically reserve their points of a CV 2 or 3 commander, and then perhaps instead buy more toys to play with. So, Andy moving his lift hawk around the corner just to try and hit that building. Maybe he's got AA on that lift hawk, it's not on his list. The big gun hits the building and deals something like 8, either 6 or 8 points of damage. Oh no, it's only Demolisher 2, how about that? So only the 4 points of damage. No, wait, no. It is 8 points of damage in a single shot, dealing 1 point of falling masonry. Oh no, even worse than that. Those second what those four lots of two lots of 4 dice must have been were his side guns. So he must deal 8 points of damage in one shot with his big old guns. It must be Demolisher 4. Again, if that is incorrect, I do apologise. Oh, what a lovely pile of rubble he's to replace it with. And maybe if he's got a few scattered Brave Corpses, he could just kind of, just kind of feather the area with. And he uses Energy 7 guns to finish that building off. That's quite important. Denies James the victory point. James had to make that play, though. He didn't have a choice. He had to commit those people there because he needs the victory points next turn in order to win the game. Really, that means he's lost 3 bases of Braves this turn, which is quite a loss. Maybe not as much of a loss, or maybe on par with the Thunderstorm that Andy lost. So it's been a bit of a bloody turn, really. James now with decisions. No buildings left for him to search because he can't get into that white building at the top there in time to search. That gives him the option of doing his very best to get hold of those focal points, and that is looking at the deployment zones of his Edens. Really not very easy. I would be tempted to have that bottom Eden so we can see it by kind of in the middle. This is the first cross junction. Fly 20 inches down to that white building at the bottom of your screen and get ready next turn to fly 10 inches and maybe shoot a Garil out on the activation of his last turn. Bearing in mind Andy being down a battle group. What's happening here is James is sucking up his Panther as it has no shot. It's probably the right thing to do. And then maybe next turn he can use his Fire Drake or, as you say, an Eden to deploy it around Andy's focal points. I think that's going to be his best bet. Losing that Thunderstorm was a real issue for Andy there. As discussed earlier, Andy using his gun wagons just to hop out and I would think comfortably annihilate their spirit. I don't think there's really going to be any issues there. And then next turn, if he gets first activation, he'd be wise to use them again. Drive 6 inches up that road and then shoot that spirit in the top right hand side of your corner. Again, just to nullify the amount of troops that can get there. I don't think, that said, it matters enormously. What he could do is to say, I think he's doing the right thing there, shooting. If he's in range, he might split fire onto that back Eden, maybe try his luck and kill both this turn, which could be really important. With dice rolling like that, however, you're not going to hit anything. That closest spirit, though, is going to take 4 hits, in which James needs to make 4 saves against. Which is just the 1, so 2, and that is a dead spirit. They're only armor 4, so poofs in the air. And what I think Andy might be quite wise doing right now is getting his Zukofs back in the lift hawk and redeploying them back. And judging where that lift hawk is, it's going to be quite difficult to do, but they might get an extra. So bear with me. It's going to be hard to explain. But you want to reposition those Zukofs. Trying to shoot that Garil with those Zukofs is going to be. It's probably fruitless. It gets a 4-up passive save, it's in cover, it's not worth it. Azukof's on 1 damage point, so it relieves it there, it's just an issue. What he'd be better off doing is if he gets back in the lift hawk, what it will allow him to do is basically get a 6-inch free move. He can suck up the Zukofs within 3 inches, or he can drive them 1 inch first, because they're very slow, suck them up 3 inches, and then redeploy them 3 inches from the other side of the Zukov. And what that allows is, I'm pretty sure that bottom right hand spirit has moved, he can then draw reaction fire on that spirit for the following turn, and what that does is it denies his Pungari from deploying, because the only other spirit he has, and this is all taken into consideration Andy winning activation next turn. If he kills that top spirit with his gun wagons and then he uses reaction fire on his Zukos, he's got a very good chance of killing that bottom spirit as well when it goes to activate. I think that's the correct play from Andy at the moment. James is doing his eyes and he's gone for the reaction fire, and it's like he's about to mess up and break that teeth of that Eden, unless that Eden can roll in much better dice than that, unfortunately. That is a dead Eden. That's 4 damage points because they're devastated 2. James is just remembering, and that is, it looks like it might crash land on a Jackson if James is lucky, but I mean, really it's not. It's really not that relevant at all. I'm confident that's just what happened here anyway. Maybe they're arguing over something. Can tell you what they're arguing over. Looks like it hits a Jackson, and the Jackson dies as well. So what happened there is it crash landed. A lot of dice going on. Maybe I got that entirely wrong. Maybe... I'm going to be honest with you, listeners. I'm very confused as to what they were just rolling for. If that Eden is not being reaction fired and killed, then I do not know what they were rolling for. It's a little bit frustrating. I don't know why he's straight. Again, he should probably be using this lift hawk just to bump them that extra 6 inches. It may be that his lift hawk's not in range, though. Hard to gauge distances from this area. But maybe those Zukos get a shot at the Spirit this turn. That would be the best target for them. Whatever they were trying to do, they failed, I would think. Yes, apologies for the confusion. Just literally a minute ago when I thought the Zukos reaction fired the Eden, I couldn't tell you what those dice rolls were for. Alternatively, to me, it looked like it was reaction fire. Maybe they discovered that they couldn't do it for some reason. And again, I'm not sure what this dice roll is either. Couldn't even tell you the page of the rule book they're looking at. Sometimes not having the players mic'd up can be a little bit challenging. So, after all of those shenanigans, I can tell you exactly what that was. It was Zukos using machine gun to get some Braves in the windows. Of course it was. So James using his Tarantula to try and hammer probably the Jackson with the... yeah, so he's going to micro laser. I mean, he can't hurt the Jackson with a micro laser, so he can't be doing that. He is shooting the Jackson by the look of it. He looks like he's killed it. See what happens. They just get out safely. And that's a unit of Berserkers there. And they get to deploy 3 inches away from their vehicle. So not really the result James was hoping for, but it does stop them. I would think it would stop them committing points to that focal point at the top there, which is always quite important. And this looks like that was the top of turn 6. No idea where those samurai are. Maybe they're still waiting to come down to score for the end of this game. Scores at the top of turn 6. We're looking at 6 points for James and 5 points for Andy. That doesn't seem like it will change an awful lot. I don't think there's really any more points to be won in this turn. This turn it's going to be completely down to who owns these focal points. At the moment, James owns the one single focal point on the left-hand side of the board, and on the right-hand side of the board, Andy owns all 3 of those, giving him an extra 6 points. Of course, James contests 2 of them with that single Brave squad in that bottom building. And James will be looking to, I would assume, use his Pungari pretty much immediately with both of his spirits. That said, he's left his Eden in a very unwise position, because if those Zukos come around the corner, they will hammer that Eden. And James doesn't have enough other large gates to deploy both his Gariel, which he needs to move if he wants to be controlling those focal points, and also another large gate to move his Panther if one of those dies. Bearing in mind that the Fire Drake at the top of your picture can be a gate this turn. Of course, if James declares it as a gate, unfortunately we can't hear that. So I don't know what his plan with the Drake would be, but he'd be better off using it as a gate this turn, and then probably using it to come up 10 inches, deploy his Panther onto that top focal point, because at least it will give him a contesting point, unless he gets unlucky and the Alexander destroys it, of course. And using our bottom Eden and the Eden next to next to the Jaguar on the left-hand side to suck up his Gariel and to plonk his Gariel around those focal points as well. Difficulty with that is it determines quite a lot on what Andy decides to do. The Zukovs are going to have reaction fire pretty much of that entire stretch of field, which means if he does move the Eden and the Zukovs reaction fire it and kill it, that Gariel's pretty much stuck where it is. Alternatively, if James doesn't do that in the first activation, then the Zukovs will come around that corner, blow up that Eden, which is probably Andy's best play, and this will just keep James at only being able to deploy one of his big units. So it's going to be very tricky for James to do this. Not impossible, that said, because if he's lucky, James could use his Jaguar just to pop around that corner, do his very best to kill. If he manages to kill that one wounded Zukov, he may risk the reaction fire. So, bearing in mind the Jaguar and the Gariel are both in the same battle group, it's a big if because it's 2s and then 5s, but he has a very good chance of doing it. I don't think he has many other plans, simply because if he doesn't act now, the amount of AA on Andrew's side of the pitch, my apologies, battlefield. It was like a football game anyway, right? The amount of AA on Andy's side of the field is something that he wished he probably would have had to keep. So, let's see what's going on here. It looks like perhaps reaction fire and a made save. Let's see what's going on here. Right, so that was, if you remember last turn, the top gun wagon was in range of that Spirit. What happened? The Spirit moved, the gun wagon reaction fired, and James made the save, sticking the Pungari into the building as we thought might happen. Those Pungari are going to be able to contest both of those buildings because they look to be within 6 inches of each other. I can't unfortunately guarantee that for you guys, but I think that is likely that is the case. Of course, the focal point edge in a building emitting from the edge of the building. So that bottom long focal point building actually has an enormous radius of 6 inches. Sadly, the Gariel won't be able to drive quickly enough. If anybody hears any shouting and screaming in the background, there is also a popular fantasy football tournament going on with quite a lot of rowdy folks, much more rowdy than our very lovely and mild-mannered Dropzone players. Perhaps his present table excluded from that. So, James is trying to get something up his sleeve by the look of it. Some cards being mused over. It's a real shame I can't see what those cards are. Trying to see what kind of cards would help people here. Secret entrance to the Berserkers would be very, very useful right now. Underground monorail for those Braves. Would have been too late to play. That would have been at the beginning of the turn. Let's have a look, see what's going on here. Still not sure what the play here is. James using perhaps Eldritch Energies to get a flamer weapon to shoot those Berserkers, maybe? Interesting thing about this commentary. It's awfully interesting talking to yourself for what's been probably about 2 hours. I do feel my palms getting sweaty. All signs of madness, of course. Comes with the field, I can deal with that. So, Andy here doing his very best to consolidate on the focal points. They're both very aware. They're both good gamers, so they're both very aware that these focal points are game defining. With James up by a single victory point, Andy needs to win all 3 of them in order to get. He needs to win all 3 of them, or stop James contesting, which I'm not confident he can do in order to win this game. Bearing in mind that Andy's going to have real issues getting to James's focal point building on the left there. It looks like perhaps a rocket launcher shot into that building. A fallen masonry, maybe a wound. And then a couple of machine gun shots by the look of it as well. So yeah, that's sort of happened there. Just maybe a point of damage too. There you go. James trying to give himself more wounds than he probably should have. No. Maybe giving himself exactly the number of wounds that he should have. More wounds, this time, fallen masonry. I'm assuming the 3 was for building damage, and then the other dice put next to the Pungari is going to be for their damage instead. Looks like nothing got out of the lift hawk unless it's hidden behind that building. That's quite hard to see. James still got a decision. I think he really needs to... What does he really need to do? Get rid of both of those Zukos, really, but he needs to at least get rid of one. It's a bit of a shame where 2 of his Edens are. If he had moved down that Eden on the left-hand side, again, fantasy players, sorry about that. If he had moved the Eden between the 2 smaller buildings on the left-hand side down towards that white building at the bottom, he would have had a lot more options if the reaction fire went badly for him from those Zukovs. And he really would have opened up his game to be able to deploy his Panther, his Gariel, and shoot the Zukos with his Fire Drake as well, and shoot them with the Jaguars. So maybe, unless he's got another trick up his sleeve, bearing in mind he's still got the Eden at the back of the board, and he perhaps should have put a little bit more effort into killing James's James's Gates. My apologies. And if James does end up nicking this game, which was, I'm pretty confident was in Andy's hands for most of the game, he will be, well, clearly disappointed. Winning's never a good experience for anyone. James trying to figure out some shenanigans here. What's running through his head? Checking out Andrew's shirt there. I bet you're very glad he wore it. So, okay, he's going for this spirit. Maybe he's trying to goad reaction fire out of Andy. Which is working. Interestingly, fails to save, kills the spirit. That's another dead spirit. Probably worth sucking the reaction shots out of him, though. Bear with me, guys. I'm just noting down something for my notes here. Okay, Gunwagon's coming around the corner. He's only got one of those bad boys left to shoot. Probably going to want to shoot that Eden. He's going to be out of range, but any reaction fire he can pump into that Eden. Maybe he's realised a little bit too late that he shouldn't have shot that Spirit. I don't think James has any more troops to allocate to that side of the board. Bearing in mind, he lost a squad of Braves in turn 4, and his second squad of Braves also in turn 4 as well. A shot from a Kraken there going into probably the building. Didn't hit. Completely irrelevant. James wanted to act to Eden. Unsure which battle group he wants to do this with. Reaction fire from the gun wagon. James probably shouldn't have moved that back. If he makes a mistake and moves within reaction fire distance of it, then that should be something that should be allowing Andy to do there. So there you go. So he gets a hit. James needed to make a save, which he fails, and Andy needed a 4-up to cause a wound. So there you go. So a single wound on the Eden. Puts it in a precarious position. I'm not sure. Oh, I only had a single wound left. Oh, no. Okay, so that is game defining. So that whole batch of reaction fire that happened last turn that I thought I might have messed up on, looks like I got it right. He did have reaction fire against the Eden, and it did take the wounds off him. Rolling an Eden around on one wound and using it as the linch point of your entire game is not a sensible option, my friend, Mr. James. Oh well. Okay, so where does this leave him? What could he do to bring this back? I'm going to put my head on if I was using his Shaltari. Of course, that's what I'm here for, a little bit of insight. I mean, there are Shaltari cards which allow skimmers to move faster. If he has one of those, he could I mean, this is very ifs and buts. You could use it on this Gariel, try and get it closer to a focal point, win one. His other two Edens are too far away, which means his Panther. So he'd be better off really using that Fire Drake as a gate, getting his Gariel through his Fire Drake at the top there, and perhaps bringing it down to that top focal point. I'm pretty sure he outpoints the Alexander, which is there. The Alexander actually is not that cheap, and the Gariel does not outpoint that Alexander. So actually, this is now looking bad for James. Definitely should have brought that Eden at the bottom down. He could have owned those 2 bottom victory points off those Zukofs. James making a save against something. Losing his last Tarantula. So James is now down a battle group as well. Quite important when it comes to turn 6. Shooting the building as well. Both competitors have been very cosy over in Andy's side of the board. And unfortunately it happens with a lot of all the war games, but Dropzone being very three-dimensional. Clearly it's three-dimensional, but in terms of scape, you do end up on your opponent's board side with certain armies. Scourge, Shaltari for instance, really end up on your opponent's side of the board. I play Scourge a lot and end up probably spending more time on my opponent's board edge than my own, which is, although I can appreciate when people want their own space and a bit uncomfortable, as long as you just don't end up hugging people. Basically, what I'm trying to say to James is don't enter Andy and Andy's personal space. That is my one flag and message for James there. I know what he's like. He's coming back though. James is coming back. So see what happened there is James's chair. Remember James's chair that he's leaning on right now? He missed him. James needed that chair. That chair was emotional support and physical support. It is a chair after all for him at the end of the day. So I'm glad that he's come back and he's staying with the chair and he's not staying with Andy, at least for the moment. So some cards coming out. This is going to be quite difficult for James to deal with, and I think as I said before, but losing at Eden was quite a big deal. He can get a Panther onto that top vocal point, but really there's no point. He already contests it with Hungary, and he's not stupid enough to drop that building. I mean, really trying to get Fallen Masonry on Hungary is like trying to catch a cloud. I mean, that's a terrible metaphor. Metaphor's not my strong point. You may have noticed. I think James is really umming and ahhing as to what to do. Really, right now, to be defeatist, but I think he's lost this game. I think Andy having 5 native victory points from Intel. He's looking at another 6 victory points from his focal points, putting him on 11 to total. James, with his 6 victory points, he has from his Intel, he has a focal point on the left there, which gives him 2 up to 8. Oh, that's say, how interesting. They may end up drawing this game. Andy needs to get some units over to that middle victory point, that middle to James's focal point building. Well, this may end up as a game, and not really the big lead that I thought it might end up as. I think perhaps Andy needed to get more infantry quicker into James's half and really hit another 2 of those buildings. It's not easy though, this is the thing, it's really not easy. We're on those 6s at the beginning of the game. I also think Andy will, if you remember when I was saying that he perhaps should have shot that building that is James's focal point with his Thunderstorm, I think that should have been a focus for longer, because it could end up either drawing or really reducing his margin of victory. Yes, so important trying to get something over to over to James's focal point to contest it, but I just don't think he has anything. He moved the lift torque with his infantry too far away to do anything there. That's 6 there. Oh no, this is very interesting. Had he not rolled for intel on that building already? Okay, well that's it. I think that is game over. I think this is Andy's game. Oh no! Hang about. This is actually incredibly interesting. Rolling at 6 is actually, if James is not a fool, has probably given James the win. What James needs to do, he has an Eden spare that he needs to bring down, dump his Panther, which is currently in space on the bottom focal point, claim it, and there is nothing Andy can do about that, and then just claim that middle focal point. And I think James might win by a single victory point. That is very interesting. And this is perhaps something that you see, maybe because Andy doesn't have the demolition that a lot of resistance armies do, and I think it's something that's very special to resistance. They're very denial based. Being able to deny certain victory points in certain areas from your opponent, destroying focal points where necessary. James has never once that thunderstorm went, and even really before that, I don't think he was ever really worried about losing a focal point that is his on the left hand side. We're going to see maybe some shenanigans here from Edens. He's going to suck that Jag up, so he's using his HQ battle group. Yeah, okay, so instead of using a Panther to do go down and claim that focal point, his eyes must have lit up like a kid at Christmas when he saw that 6 get rolled for that bit of intel right there. That Jag now owns that. The Gariel... Does the Gariel have a natural 12-inch move? That is something I didn't know. That is outrageous. This is now James's game. Unless he moves... Unless, as I was saying earlier, he used that special card that increases a skimmer's move. If that's happened, I'll tell you what, I know this game inside out. Oh, if he's used that skimmer card, I'd be very interested to find out if he has or not. If he has, I'm pretty sure he loses his passive save for the turn, which means those Zukovs hit on 2s and kill on 4s, or a single 6 would kill it, as it doubles all the damage out. So he's really playing devil's advocate there. However, he'll be in it to win it, and I think he might have won anyway because he's contesting those buildings and he owns that bottom focal point. Now if Andy gets a natural 6, it's a 4, he doesn't kill it. Oh no, is that no? I think it's 2 damage points. It's not quite enough to do it. He's got his hull cannons as well, so he hits with one of them because he'd get the skimmer bonus, and he fails. This is very big. So what Andy needs to do now, that's it. That's game over. James wins by my reckoning. I'm just going to total up the victory points for you while that all goes over. I believe James has 4 points. So James finished the game with 6 native bits of intel. I'm pretty sure he has 4 from the focal points that he owns, and he also contests 3 of them, and what that means is he ends up on 13 points, which is obviously pretty good. Andy, on the other hand, earned 5 victory points over the course of the game. Looking at the victory points that he owns in contests, he looks like he owns the top 3, which gives him 6, and he contests 1 of them, which gives him 1, and all of that comes up to 12 points, giving James, by my points calculation, a 13 to 12 win. Looking at the kill points of what everybody has killed in this game, I don't think the points will change that much, which actually, depending on what's happened in the rest of the games and the rest of the field, it could really have opened the rest of the game up. Sorry, the rest of the tournament up. So how about that? My call was incorrect, and Andy, I'm not going to say through the game. That would probably be unfair, but perhaps should have killed the gates when he had the chance. Using an espionage as well on James's Fire Drake back in turn 2 or 3 for his assisted targeting card. Perhaps he could have kept that back as well, but that's a lot of ifs and buts. And it's a very, very narrow victory. So guys, I hope you enjoyed that. We're going to sign out now. We're going to be back a little bit later on for more Dropzone magic. We will post on Facebook and probably on Twitter as well when we start the game. Please do check this out on YouTube. As I said, we're going to be doing post-game interviews. They won't be available on Twitch. However, let's say they will be on the YouTube right at the end of it, and we'll just have a quick chat about the decisions and what they thought were their best performing units, their worst performing units, and just the list in general, if they would have changed anything. So, from us here in Cardiff, Wales, Call to Arms 3, Have a lovely afternoon, and please do tune in again a little bit later. Tell your friends, tell your dogs, tell your mum. Get them all to tune in. We want everybody playing Dropzone Commander. And we'll see you a little bit later on. Have a good time. Hello, we are back. How are we all doing? Welcome to Wales, Cardiff specifically. Call to Arms 3. You join us again for another round of Dropzone Commander from this very, very special tournament that holds very dearly to their hearts. Up in the lovely Firestorm games up in Cardiff. It's a real mecca for all geekery and nerdery, so please do come along if you just want to spend some money, really. We are filming a live Twitch feed, so this will be on YouTube as well, so please obviously do enjoy it at home, running a commentary. Myself today on my own right now, but also Hawk Scott, one of the new boys in the Hawk, will be joining us as well, just to bring his new feelings of the game along with my experience of the game as well. Today we are having Mr. Hawk Sean versus a lovely chap called John. Hawk using the UCM and John using his PHR. We're playing in Crucible, so just for everybody who is unfamiliar with the mission, as you see on the board, the way what you are looking at is you are looking at a critical location in the middle of the board, and then 4 surrounding buildings, each with an objective in. Each of these buildings is not hardened, so it's just armor 6, and whoever has the most victory points at the end of the game win. Just so everybody is aware, the objectives that you can find in the buildings are all worth 2 victory points if you manage to get them off your table, or a single victory point if you manage to hold on to them at the end of the game. Really lovely drive-by drone there by Sean. He is Michael Bay in the making, which is one of the many reasons that I don't really like him, because Sean also wants to get on hold of the Transformers films as well. It's going to be terrible. Also, the critical location will be scoring 1 victory point at the end of each turn from turn 2. So that's something to bear in mind as well. Really what people are going to be wanting to do in this game is to jump into buildings, obviously get the objectives, maybe even occupy buildings so other people can't get objectives, and very importantly, this is something if you're experienced or new at the game should be very well aware of, is that critical locations dish out a potential 5 victory points. That means if you manage to get 2 objectives off the field, you're still better off holding that critical location for the entire game. So it should be hotly contested. John, with a very robust PHR, I'll run through his list in just a moment, may have a better time sitting on that critical location over Sean, who with his lightly armoured UCM might run into a few difficulties. Of course, anything can happen really over the course of a Dropzone game. First couple of activations we've had, looks like we've had Sean activate his command battle group. So he's had his Ferrum with his drones spit out, as we saw, the very thematic, very cinematic drone launch. Not at all taking a mick or sarcastic there. I think it was very glamorous, Sean. Thank you for that. And also we have a Kodiak near the top of the table, which is near the bottom of the table, hidden under the word Sean. Which will be there pretty much for the entire game. And in that building, just in the middle, he has deployed some hazard suits as part of his list. It looks like he's also potentially had a second activation with maybe some Legionnaires going in there. My mistake. So, in order for this all to make sense, what we're going to do is going to run through the list first things first. Before I do, build him in shot there. John trying to use his PHR's might to all of their potential, just to get a few digits off that building, cause a few wounds, and hopefully stop Sean from claiming that objective throughout the game. Sean today is using in 6 battle groups. In the first, a Kodiak, which is level 3, a Ferrum, and a Hazard Suit Squad in a Raven, which I believe to be in that middle building, the big shiny building in the middle. He also has 3 Katanas and 3 Katanas which are driving on, and 3 Rapiers all in a Condor. He has 2 of those battle groups, so they're 2 identical ones, so hopefully it won't be too difficult, but might have a hard time keeping track of those. He also has a battle group with 2 squads, so 2 separate squads of Legionnaires and Ravens. He has 2 Gladius and a Condor in the same battle group with 2 Longbows in Raven Bees, and then on their own here, Praetorian Snipers. So, what's happened here is that the Praetorian Snipers were within deployment distance with their special infiltrate rule of the very, I'm going to call it the luxury penthouse apartments in the middle of the table. So he would have deployed in there to begin with, and then it looks like he's followed that up with a deployment of his hazard suits into that building too. Obviously, looking at his opponent's list, which I'll come to in just a moment, maybe he's feeling that he's not going to get that knocked down in one turn. I'd probably agree with him on that. Sean now coming in. Looking to see what he's deploying here. I think he may be deploying his Gladius. No, it looks like where those Ravens are on the top left. It looks like his longbows are deployed. In fact, on that building, almost camouflaged. It's very tricksy from Sean. However, if John manages to knock down that building, those longbows will go splat. He would have been better putting them behind that building, I think. He's hitting his Gladius out again into a very concealed position from us. That Condor just next to the luxury apartments will be dropping his Gladius out just to the left-hand side of that. Maybe would have been worth keeping them in because he needs those on a critical location next turn. So run through the PHR list. We have 6 battle groups again. The first, an Odin and Zeus in a Neptune with CV3 on a Zeus, and he has Valkyries in a Triton. He's got one battle group with 2 separate squads of Vulcan Phobos. He's got another with Immortals in a Triton and Helios in a Neptune. He's got 2 of those battle groups identical. He's also got a Hades and a Poseidon, which is nice to see, and an Enyo, just a single Vulcan Enyo. And he's got his last battle group, Valkyries in Angelos, so 2 Angelos, both the demo variants. And we are now joined by Scott.
Hello.
Hi. Enjoying your tournament so far?
Yes, yeah, it's been great to watch actually. There's been some interesting forces. A few that I've recognised as well from previous invasions.
Oh, good. We have a number of familiar faces here, and also a lot of new starters as well, which is always nice to see. We have, 12 people?
12 players, yeah.
12 players here today, so maybe not the turnout that we would have liked, but still 12 players is always better than less players. What's happening here is a good question. Possibly fallen masonry from an Enyo shot on the luxury apartment suite. Just bumping up the volume so hopefully you can hear us a little bit better. Sharing a mic in this kind of environment unfortunately picks up a lot of background noise, so hopefully you won't have too many complaints. Of course, as before, if you do have any questions, any queries, or if you just want to chat for lonely people out there that need a friend.
Yeah.
Scott's here.
We're always happy for someone to talk to.
Exactly. But
I know you're out there.
Otherwise, do hit us up on Facebook. The live Twitch chat we cannot see. For those watching on YouTube, you're not bothered by that.
I can now access it, but we can't comment back. So if you do want to leave a comment, then you can. We won't be able to respond on the chat, but we will be able to voice it on here. So feel free to contact us through any of the 3 channels, our Facebook posts, our tweets, and the Twitch stream as well.
Great stuff. So we're going to have an issue today, Sean, because in our last game, our players had very showy, very dark dice with nice white dots. What our lovely John is using today is numbered dice, and you guys at home are looking at exactly the same thing as us. And in fact, we can't even hear what they're saying. So, determining what John is going to be rolling might require my human zoom, which is pretty much just putting my nose to the screen and hoping that I can find out what's going on. It'll be fine, I'm sure. Sean here, I think sticking some Legionnaires into the luxury apartments. I think perhaps already, I know it's only turn 1, bear with me, a couple of misplays. I think Sean should have kept his Gladius, which are just behind the luxury apartments.
Oh, yeah.
He should have kept those up in the Condor for deployment on the second turn onto the critical location. He still has the opportunity to pick them up and still do that, but it now might be out of range for that. Also, John should have probably kept his Hades in the Poseidon at the top of the screen there. Yes, it doesn't get to shoot for a turn, but if you leave it in the Poseidon is very hardy, it's very unlikely to die, and what it means is it will get an extra, I can't give you precise figures, but probably 12 to 15 inches up the field, and then maybe in the second turn it can drop it to either deploy on the critical location with a Hades, which is basically impossible to remove, or to walk up for turn 3 and start claiming it from that point as well. Maybe he'll keep his Odin and his Zeus in the Neptune instead. in order to do that. Or maybe we're seeing them right now. No, we're seeing them right now. So the Odin and the Zeus are coming out to play. John absolutely wanted to put his mark on this game with firepower, by the look of it. Maybe hoping that Sean doesn't find his objective in his luxury apartment suites. That building's already taken 12 damage by the numbers on the building, so it's only got 18 left.
Yeah, some of John's previous games did have quite a few destroyed buildings, so I think we can look forward to a few in this game as well.
It's always something nice to see. Jumping into that same battle group, we've got the Valkyries, who are the most manoeuvrable troops in the game. Discounting any kind of Shatari shenanigans, the Valkyries are pretty much what the PHR needed. That might have been... It looks like it was just too far to get them in there. I think I would probably agree with that.
So he's gone for the full move but kept the Valkyries within the Triton.
So, with this particular game, with neither side boasting heinous amounts of demolition, I know that Sean has 6 katanas, and I know that there's a Hades on the other side of the board. There is still wasn't, I wouldn't say copious amounts of demolition in this list. What these guys will be trying to do, I would think, is desperately trying to become the occupier in the 2 buildings on that central line. Now, being the occupier in those buildings gives you a real handhold over the nature and the way that those objectives are going to get extracted off the board. It's very important. If you are the aggressor, then you can't roll for objectives, you can't find them. Looks like Sean's driving on with his katanas. I would think he's going to be lighting up John's building closest to him, although maybe he's going for a right-hand side building instead. Nope, yeah, so he's lighting up I'm going to say the slum that John resides over Sean's luxury Hawk Towers, right next to him. And then out come, I would think, the rapiers to give Sean a nice coverage of AA. And I think that is the right place to put that Condor. As long as he gets his rapiers out at a nice angle to cover their critical location, I'm confident that he has another 3 rapiers in his list. I'll just double check that. He does, so he can deploy those at the top and get a nice, real kind of prism of fire. Reaction fire, I should say. No, he's deciding to not deploy them. Interesting, okay. A little bit dead air while we wait for Sean to make his mind up. Now, I'm not sure of the benefit of leaving a Condor there. Let's wait and see what he's doing. While we do that, no, he's going this way, but it looks like he's keeping his rapiers on board. So that could be a mistake for more than one reason. The reason for that is that if John manages to get some Helios out and gets the right cars, or just manages to get the jump on Sean, he might be able to kill that Condor pretty comfortably with Helios actually in the air. Really maybe do some damage to the rapiers, or maybe even kill the whole squad. Sean would have been better getting them out and not contesting the critical location with your air guns. Really, it should have been the Gladius that want to be contesting their critical location. But there you go. Both players, if you tune into our last game, these 2 players I would say are less experienced than our last 2 gamers. If you haven't seen our last game and you are watching this in the future, I hope the future's nice as well, and the weather's better than it is at the moment. That's just a general wish for the future in general. If you're watching this on YouTube, do go back to our round 2. Do check that out. That was a different game. Again, that was top table. This one, I'm not sure is top table, but we wanted to try 2 different types of armies out. We've got John on the right hand side, just bringing up, looks like his Vulcan Phobos. Going to give him nice coverage of the backfield. I think Sean doesn't have an Archangel, so they're not going to have too much to shoot at, I wouldn't have thought, this game, but they can always help to knock out just general coverage, and also experimental gyros or anything that I completely forgotten the word, but the one that ignores countermeasures. Countermeasures hack, that's the card. If they have those, it could be very good. I would think that these boys are going to start shooting Sean's apartments again. And it looks very much like the case. So that's up to 15 damage. Sean's going to have to get that next turn and bug out. Now both players are both on level CV values, meaning it's 50-50 to whether Sean or John can become occupier in those two central line objective buildings next turn.
We have sourced a few dice for John to use. Hopefully that'll be a bit more visible.
That would be very useful.
We had a whip around to see if there's anything with spots. There we go. To make it a little better for us to tell what's going on.
Look at that. He's a gentleman. Although they're not using a designated dice rolling area, but I suppose that's okay. We can let them off. We'll take one of them. Being able to see the dice is definitely a plus. Yeah, that's a step up, right? That's a step up. So that's good. So while we wait for these guys to have a quick think, we got some more alternative facts. If you join us for the last game, we had a lovely alternative fact, 100% alternative, 0% fact. Another new faction that we'd like to give to people today. Which one would you like to choose?
I think my personal favourite is this proposed unit for PHR. Actually,
okay.
It's topical as we're seeing PHR on the stream. See now. Dave was thinking that the Medusa, it was a little bit overpowered. It's seen a nerf, but he's proposed a different type. So it's essentially 0% Medusa, and everything is nanobot. So it's just a wave of nanobots.
I thought it was a single nanobot. Is that not the case?
No, a wave of them, but no one to control them. So they just tumble from side to side, waiting for a leader.
It's kind of like just the wasp swarm, just being nasty and just running around the board singing people.
Yeah. Who knows what they're going to do next?
And I can think that kind of very much of Sean as well. Sean he's not deployed either of his AA squads, and he's kept his rapiers in condors. And what he's doing rolling for right now, I suspect his katanas on John's slum on the right hand side focal point building there. So 4 hits and 2s to wound, as these are not hard, and they, in my opinion, should be hardened buildings, but the mission doesn't call for it, so that's going to be 6 damage by the looks of it. Yeah, it's a nice bit of damage to that building. Now, the one thing that I can think about, so there's 2 condors, which are the furthest right on the field you can see here, is that Sean is looking to deploy these on John's back line, and what that will allow Sean to do is potentially control the infantry game by deploying his rapiers last, maybe next activation, and then shooting down John's Tritons in the following turn, in turn 3. That's what I'm thinking perhaps he's wanting to do. That said, it's a very dangerous game he's playing, because not only has he got to avoid having those condors blown out the sky by Helios, he also has to and here come the Helios, talking about that. He also has to avoid having the rapiers get gunned down by an Odin, a Zeus, a Nemesis, and said Helios as well. So if that's the game he's going for, it's a bit of a risky one. Alternatively, he could be holding them back for the critical location, but as mentioned earlier, I think now John's dropped all of his heavy units, he hasn't got too much that he can redeploy onto it to score, so his Gladius would have been better at that.
I think one of the key things for UCM against PHR is just to use that extra flexibility they have. So waiting for the PHR to commit certain units, such as a Hades, such as a Zeus, which are just slow. So you know the route they're going to take, and then you can shift your forces again, because for them to react would cost them far more than it does for you. Absolutely.
And especially this type of PHR build without a Hera, which is the newest PHR command type, which is super speedy, super nippy, doesn't need a drop slip. The Zeus and the Odin, as stoic and reliable as they are incredibly slow. So here we go. And here's the other unit of Helios, which I think would have come... Oh, unpainted. Oh. Get the shame bell, Scott.
Shame. If only we'd known.
It's alright. It's okay. I think there's a few more around as well. So, this is interesting, and I can probably see what's happening here. So, I think Helios should have deployed in the top third of the board, along the top horizontal road, in order to counteract the rapiers that were going to come down. Now Sean can just bring that condor wherever he wants to. That was a very seller's dice roll there.
Luckily, we've got someone on hand to retrieve those dice.
Our dice boy. He's called Boffin. He's awful. We hate him. That's why he's a dice boy. There's a Neptune shooting at. What do you think? A building. Because Sean hasn't really got anything else up to shoot. So it's another point of damage. And rolling for masonry, which looks like it had hits because it was at below half strength. No, they actually got that wrong. It was on half strength, not more than half strength. So that 4 should not have triggered fallen masonry. Will that cost Sean in the game? I wouldn't have thought so. one point of damage from fallen masonry doesn't normally, unless you're playing Braves or something similar. So what John hasn't done here is allocated units to his immediate, his objective building, which is kind of strange to look at, actually. The second roll for turn 2 then. Scores at the doors at the end of turn 2 is that nobody had any victory points, because as always there is nothing to roll for. Sean is rolling for the objective, so it looks like Sean won activation. I don't know if that's a 6 or not, I can't tell. Guess we'll find out.
There's a 2 there.
It looks like he rolled a 6. That dice on the left looks like a 6 to me. Either that or he's cheating heinously, which is not past our Sean as either. So 0-0. So he's found a VP. Now I can't mark that down as kept until he gets that off the board, and it looks like yep. So he's taken that off the board. I'm not sure which squad he activated with, but I'm sure we'll find out in a second. That puts Sean up on 2 victory points for extracting that objective. Now that John didn't put any of his boys or girls. PHR are very, very, all welcome into all. So all the races actually willing to throw every soul into the battle.
Yeah, well, I think at this point it's necessary. It is interesting to note though that the PHR, obviously they have female-only squads, and also a lot of the pilots are notably female. I believe it may be something to do with their body adapting to the cybernetics. They're more readily suited to it.
How about that? Fluff and tactics. You normally have to spend good money for that. Now, as discussed in the first term, Sean is doing what I suspected he would do. He got a bit lucky with that 6, although he still would have had his snipers in there for pretty much the entire game to rob that objective, so he's found that. He looks like, so he had 2 squads activate for that. Perhaps it was his HQ? I'm unsure about which squad's activated and found that objective. It could well just be some Legionnaires. He does have 2 Legionnaires in one squad, so there you go. So his Legionnaires found it, and what he's been able to do is move over to his right hand side, so the bottom objective building, and become the occupier. Now those Legionnaires aren't going to be able to stand a chance against those Valkyries in combat, but what it does mean is that for a minimum of 1 turn, he is stopping John from searching in that building. At best case scenario, Sean manages to get more units into the building, get the objective and get off the table with it. So that would be very good. Worth bearing in mind there are no sirens in John's list. John rolled in here to find something, or perhaps to go low with his Tritons.
I know that he's moved his Hades, so it's possible that
he's probably shooting his Hades and
firing with the Hades.
Super. Going to tell you on the target, perhaps the what do they call katanas at the back of the board? Doesn't look like it was fairly ineffectual if it was his Hades. It looks like it was, and now he's got his Enyo, which is going to be shooting probably that bottom objective building. Dealing, I think that's 4 points of damage to that building. Yeah, there you go. 1 falling masonry, and oh no, he's shooting the luxury apartments still.
He's continuing his vendetta against them.
Yeah, he really doesn't like them, does he? It's because of his slum on the right hand side, you see. That's a good bit of damage there as well by the looks of it. So what John wants to do here is he needs to get on that critical location. not having anyone in his home objective this turn to search for it and potentially find it is actually quite a big deal. So he needs to control the quick location from this turn and sit there and score it every single turn, really. I mean, obviously I'm not saying that's going to win or lose in the game. He could still definitely get one of these 2 objectives, but if we're talking about gaining points, getting a lot of points on the board very quickly and really putting the pressure on Sean, then that's what he's going to be looking to do. Place flipped back over to Sean now. He's measuring out some distances with his rapiers. Sean here. What does Sean do? Go and become the occupier in that top building would be my #1 priority. Quite nice to see UCM playing with Gladius today. We don't often see Gladius in play. No Archangels, which are probably some of the UCM's better units, along with no second Ferrum either. So, and also 6 Rapiers, which you don't ever see. Okay, so he's decided to commit harder to that building. He's put the hazard suits in there. What that means is the hazard suits can just soak up attacks in combat, and he can just decide not to allocate units to fight, or if he finds the objective and just couple with it. So, not a terrible decision there by Mr. Shaw.
Valkyries wouldn't be too hasty to head in there now. One thing they can't stand is a protracted fight because they can't use their skills really. An early commit to an objective and hope to grab it and jump straight out would be key for them.
Absolutely.
It's possible he's using it as a feint to try and get Sean to commit heavily to one building, and he can focus some fire on it and leave him hanging, as it were.
Yeah, and those Valks at the bottom of our screen next to the middle objective building do still got 2 options. I would say they don't like fights, not fights against it. They need fights in their favour because they are only armour 2, and they do get mashed a little bit if they get left in combat. Although Sean's only got 16 attacks back if he commits everyone to CQB, so there you go. This is his HQ squad with his hazard suit. So he's got his Kodiak, which his Kodiak should be laying a hammer down on a squad of Helios right now. That would be my recommendation. Or perhaps he's got some Valkyrie Angelos around the corner there. Let's see what happens either way. Or he's going for the Hades, which would be a thing. Probably not the right thing, but let's find out.
It would explain the drones movement, so he can spot
it. He's got the drones shooting at the Hades at the moment. It looks like he's going to make probably 3 energy 10 hits. Let's see what's going on. He's rolling them again. Depends what he's shooting at. Hard to determine what he's shooting at, actually. Unless he's got an angle on a troop fighter. Oh, he's shooting the building. Okay. I suppose his drones must have been out of range of everything else to warrant that. So there you go. So he's laying the hammer down. They are the Helios. He's doing exactly the right thing, so he can spot them. It's only going to be because they moved. It is freeze. That one means nothing happens. Yeah. Sean turning around and moaning us. It would better not tell him that I willed for that to happen. That would have been a clutch.
It doesn't take much willing for Sean to roll a 1 on a Kodiak. I've seen it a few times.
Oh, Kodiaks. Interestingly, with this list, is he doesn't have a Phoenix either. Phoenix is preferred almost exclusively to Kodiaks.
Yeah, he's gone old school route, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has done. And we've actually seen that a little bit over this tournament, in that there's a lot of older school units, which is quite nice. His Helios are going to open fire on the drones. I'd probably get rid of 5 of them. Dice averaging out 5 or 4 of them. Oh no, wait, unless he uses all of the shots. They have 6 each, in which case he should murder all of them. But they are only drones.
And they'll be back.
Not
in greater numbers, but equal numbers to what was previous.
That roll being ever so slightly out or under average. That roll also being ever so slightly under average as well. Wow. and that leaving the other Helios to do its business too. John rolling some pretty terrible dice, although 4 hits is actually on average there, and killing 4 more. I would think Sean's going to let him keep that, I would think, yeah, because he's a lovely guy, for the most part, unless you talk to him and then he's awful. But if you have any questions for us, do hit us up. Say we can view Twitch chat. We can't respond, but we can, of course, respond through the medium of our voice. You can also comment on Facebook and the Hawk Facebook, that is. Go to their main page, and you can also come to their Twitter account, and you can comment at us there. And we will, of course, be happy to answer your questions. For all YouTube viewers, of course, please do catch us up. That very quickly, that's a Neptune shooting a building doing diddly squat. Any YouTube viewers, please do comment, and I'm sure one of the lovely Hawk boys will be able to get back in touch with you regarding that as well. Also, please comment if you'd like anything to change as we're talking, or in the comments if you have any comments on how perhaps the stream could have been handled better. You know, nobody's perfect at the end of the day. So sure,
we try our best.
I mean, we do try. See, I don't try my best. I sometimes feel like I should apply myself harder, but then I think,
I thought you were going to say it just came naturally then. I thought we were going to have to buy you a bigger hat.
The ego is swollen, but it's not quite Guardians of the Galaxy, Kurt Russell, ego-sized, planet-sized yet. So Sean urging his Gladius up here, and he knew. I understand why he's done it. I understand why he doesn't want to commit his Gladius to that central point. The Gladius form quite a hard anti-tank unit for him, especially if he's trying to kill Odins or Gladius, which are notoriously beastly to get rid of. Also, that Hades is going to cause him issues as well. That said, he does have longbows, and those longbows can cast smoke on the Gladius, so if he's deploying his Gladius in the middle of the field and pinging smoke on them both, considering that both the smoke hit, they'd be on a 4 instead. We've got a couple of Raven Bees parking themselves very gamily in front of the Hades.
Your dad knows some tricks, don't you worry about it.
Very naughty.
Yeah,
Sean's trying to say that he's my daddy, but I'm not sure I'd want to.
We haven't got the documentation yet.
No, he keeps trying to tell me as well. And as much as I'd love to believe him, I think it's more likely to be my mum.
I've seen this play from Sean before. Actually, a very similar situation. I had a Hades marching down on a critical location, and he just it was fairly late to the game, and in order if I lost a single inch of movement, then I wouldn't reach it. And so he was just throwing drop ships onto the floor, and I was just having to gun them down like some sort of theme park game. Luckily, those enhanced gyros got me just striding over. So
lucky. That's good though. It is dropping drop ships and landing drop ships around people is. It feels naughty, but it is legit. Another one there from Sean. He kind of deserves that for landing his Ravens in front of the Hades. I'm going to be honest with him there. I'm not sure what he was trying to activate. It would have been his Longbows or his Gladius trying to do something there. Judging by what's happened, judging by the fact there's only one Gladius, I'm going to assume that the Hades actually took out one of his Gladius at the beginning of this turn. So he's down a single Gladius. And I hate to say I told you so, Sean, but you definitely should have kept him up in that corner. A bit condescending, but I think he deserves that. So, let's have a look at the plays here. I know John showed us his cards. Half of me to tell you what's going on. Maybe that might be experimental gyros just to get them moving a little bit faster. But maybe if we get a bit less glare on those cards, we can see. If I could ask Hawk for black cards with white writing in the future, that would be very, very useful.
We'll have inverted ones built for streams.
Thank you very much. I'd like personal ones as well. Sean, moving a critical location, frowned upon. Also moving static cover. Okay, well, there you go. It's a game at the end of the day. For those worried or bothered, there are walls. They look nice. I don't think they serve any purpose in the game. So that's the thing.
With UCM versus PHR, a lot of the vehicles, articulated turrets, high walls don't cause much of a problem.
No.
But it is nice. It adds to the battlefield, and I don't know. A stranded infantry unit maybe thanking them.
Yeah. It it looks like the longbow smoke just saved that Gladius's skin. I don't think John rolled higher than a 3 there for his Odin and his Zeus. So that's the Neptune of the same squad rocking up. The Valkyries in that squad have committed to that building.
Interesting.
Not a terrible decision though. This is it. It's not awful. It's just not what I would say would be best.
Without softening the infantry up first or having any immediate backup, it should be interesting.
Also, we missed earlier that the Valkyries of John's Valkyries have jumped in the top building. He's become occupier in that top building as well. He is still not in his own building though. He does have 2 more squads to deploy. He's got his Immortals to come down as well, so we can well see those appear there as well. So all to play for really. They're a critical location. I know I did talk about it. I've talked about it a little bit, but it really is very important. If you do play games at home, use critical locations. There is also a mission, for instance, which has 2 critical locations and 3 objectives. The name passes me by right now. But that, if you get a nice critical locations, will win you that game. It's as simple as that. They just give so many points away. Sean using his... Sean losing more Praetorian snipers by the look of it. It looks like he's down to a single base of snipers. They were never really going to commit too much in this game. Also, Sean's sticking the arse of his Raven out. Looks like the Helios is going to have a bead, like 1 Helios anyway. But those 6 shots, 4 hits and then 4 dice to roll, single 4. Should be absolutely fine.
My book reliably informs me that it's command and control.
Oh, there you go.
You're thinking of.
Command and control with the 2 critical locations and 3 focal points. Helios 3 hits, annihilate that Raven. I'm not sure which Raven it was, if it was the Hazard Suits or the Legionnaires. It's not... It could be important, it's not terribly important. Sean's asking me if I remember it was the Hazard Suits or Legionnaires. Literally, as I say which one it was, I'm going to say he's 50-50 in it now, just to say which one it was.
He's randomly determined.
I also couldn't tell you. He's randomly determined that it is a squad. That's all the information that I can give you right now, unfortunately. So, really, John's been real heavy in that top one up there. Sean would be a fool to get in that building at the top now. He doesn't have the infantry. One quite good thing about UCM is that you can bring a lot of infantry. If I was playing a UCM list, I'd be looking at bringing 5 squads minimum to the fight. Even if one of those was mortars, one of those was flaks. Simply because they're just very good at... Their infantry is so very cheap. You can just not spam it, but you could just have a lot of bodies. I think it's a bonus. Sean now though does have an opportunity for his katanas to do what they love doing. Not so much anymore since it's hardened buildings, but they're going to try and chew that top building up with all of the guys in there. Whether Sean has enough anti-building tech to get rid of that building before John finds the objective is another story.
4 bases in there, he might struggle.
Yeah, he might do. It looks like 7 damage though, and he's already clicked 2 damage earlier. So, there you go. Oh! It's raining dice. Oh no! I'm not sure how many that's up to. I think that might be it could be anything actually, but probably less than 12 because there's only 2 dice.
We tempted to say 10.
This is, I'd probably say you're right there. 5 instances of fallen masonry. Wow. So he's going to now randomise it between the 2 squads inside the building. This really is just a bit of a bonus because he's not going to be contributing any squads to that. And he's certainly not going to kill any squads. So the first squad take at least 2 damage. I'm not sure how many in total. And the other squad take, I think there's a base gone. Again, I'm not sure what instance. So 6 wounds on the other one. Wow. Yeah. I'm not sure if that's Immortals or Valkyries, unfortunately.
Immortals do suffer from fallen masonry.
It is, one of their downsides, unfortunately. It's only Valkyries. Although Sirens get a save, again, because they don't have dispersed formation, which maybe they should, as there's only 3 of them on the stand. They also do suffer from that as well. Of course, John doesn't have any Sirens for that to worry about too much. John's still comfortable in that building though. Granted, he's lost the base. He's only got 4 wounds on that one base. you might want to back it up. Sean here is flying low, very successfully. He loves it. He was born to be an inch off the ground, that condor. He was flying low with a full complement of rapiers inside it as well. What he could have done there, just for those thinking about, let's see how far he moves before I give that kind of comment. So what you can do, if you're looking to fly low, a tip for all of those out there is if you have enough disembark and embark actions to get to where you want to go, you can get everybody out, go low, and then get everybody back in again and fly it, as long as you don't want to disembark them in the same turn. He probably does want to get them out in this case, but it basically, if you just want to be moving squads about, sometimes it's a safer option than rather than to go low with the entire battle group, entire squad within your vehicle still.
It's an interesting interaction with the rules. It's those kind of things that weren't necessarily intended, but if you can make use of them, nobody likes to lose an entire squad to a dropship crashing into the ground.
No. Well, your opponent might do.
Well,
and pretty much
everyone watching.
Yeah, especially on national YouTube, national Twitch-ins.
I think we can say international. I believe we had someone in a different time zone watching.
Different time zone, a different time. Doctor Who, maybe. The rapiers behind that little white building at the top there, and I suspect... See, the only problem with those rapiers being there is that although they're going to be great for nipping out, if he gets lucky next turn, he gets activation, maybe he'll nip out and kill both of those Tritons if they've activated. That's the angle that I can see him going for. There is no other play there, because if you bring them out to our right-hand side along that vertical road on the right, that Hades is going to munch them up. It's going to be munch time. Oh, see, laser point. I've been into that last game. Now, the Helios look like they're going to be targeting. It's either a Raven or the Condor. Yeah, so that Raven. So John doing his very best to deny Sean objective point over there, and it looks like it's going to be pretty certain to get rid of that Raven from our left Helios here in the middle.
It maybe would have been wise to commit his Valkyries after the first pair of Helios fired on the Raven, because if he knew that he was going to be able to strand the infantry there, he wouldn't have had to commit the Valkyries.
I agree with that. I don't understand. I'm not sure what's going on with the movement there.
It's now reversed.
So he's decided against that action, or maybe he was out of range. Hard to say, actually, what just happened. So the Raven's still fine. Getting close to that critical location is super key, though. I think perhaps the two players are unaware of just how game changing getting on that pseudo focal point can be. At the back here, two walk on Phobos having a lovely walk in the park, strolling forward. Probably going to shoot, I would think, maybe those luxury apartments on the left.
Yeah. The infinite range against...
Oh no, not bothering. No, that was the correct decision, actually. Not bothering and then being able to react with a 24-inch range. Sean's katanas taking an extra inch there. Oh, probably an extra 2 inches there. Decided to hammer that building at the top. Of course, if John doesn't call him out on measuring that way, then that's his fault. Does everything hit? He's re-rolling that because it fell off the table. See, Sean taketh and then he giveth away again. He's everything hit and then rolling for damage. It should be quite a lot of damage, I would think. It's a single one. That's 2, 3. What's that? That's 4. 7 points of damage in total. It puts the building below half strength.
It's interesting to see that no one's made a play for John's home objective yet. I think they're probably going to wait and see how the middle two turn out before making any decisions.
So I think what would have been a better play here for John was to get bodies in that building. So what Sean did at the beginning of the game was allocate units to his left hand objective holding building, and he was able to roll dice, obviously find the objective and get out. He did, however, have his failsafe. If he had not found that objective, he still had Praetorian snipers and hazard suits in their building to roll to search as well. Yeah. What John has done is limited himself in that he still could have put those Tritons that we can see at the top of our screen. And even the bottom Valkyrie's Triton, they could have all been in that middle building. His right-hand side objective building, rolled to search, even if they found nothing, and then jumped out if he wanted to. The Valkyries can probably reach both of those buildings from his objective building because they have a 12-inch bounce between buildings. So John not rolling for that objective and not even getting in that objective building is real interesting. He's still got a squad of infantry to deploy, I believe. They are from... trying to see where the Angelos are. Some of these buildings, unfortunately, are hiding away. Now, because John has now committed all of his anti-tank, Sean is going to hop his rapiers out and he's just going to take their critical location this turn, I would say. His Phobos is going to have a reaction fire shot against his Condor. Bit of a caught Sean sleeping there. He gets one hit, so he can't kill it. Sean's a lucky boy, and he does no damage to that Condor. He needed a 3 to do a wound. Phobos are very tricksy, very, very good units. And that is, I would say confidently, Sean's critical location this turn. Oh, he doesn't want to be doing that though. If you start spreading units out, okay, so that is, I would say, a mistake. He wants to stay within 3 inches of that critical location. And of course within coherency of his own units as well. What happens now is if somebody shoots that one rapier, kills that one rapier, Sean no longer controls that point.
No. And with the amount of energy 11 that's lying around...
Well, most of the danger units are gone, and I think that's why Sean has done that. But I think these Helios at the bottom of the pit table, I don't think they've activated yet. No, they have. They shot down that Raven, didn't they? Yeah. So perhaps it's okay. Maybe you'll get a plucky Neptune shape charge shot on that. No, maybe John's not going to bother and he's just going to try and kill the Praetorian snipers off.
Well, the Angelos have shown themselves at least, so we know what building
there they are. Oh, and now we have Valkyries in John's right-hand side objective building. That being an issue with the way Angelos and Valkyries interact, or maybe the way Angelos interacts without a Neptune, unfortunately. It's quite nice to see. This is Fallen Masonry, looks like it's Fallen Masonry. It kills all of the snipers. So that's a whole squad down. All the Praetorian snipers are squished on the various air vents, old Acorn computers, and pictures of Kurt Russell. He's our theme today. Kurt Russell theme. Angelos are an interesting choice. We don't see them very often. They're not what I think most PHR players would regard as being an efficient unit. A lot of people, I think a lot of Americans as well. I think a lot of Americans quite like Angelos.
I've played them with my Valkyries. I think they do suffer from, as do a number of PHR units, just that one dice syndrome where you're relying on that one dice, and if it misses, if you whiff it, then you're getting nothing out of it.
Yeah. So let's see what they are looking for now. So that is the end of turn 2. Sean rolled a 3 there, didn't he? So I think he won that. That puts Sean up on victory points. So Sean is actually now at 3 victory points. Bearing in mind he got the objective off that turn, and he owned a critical location for 1 turn as well. I'm going to try and add in. I don't know if I can or not, but I might be able to add in the turn number to this browser.
Yep.
So let's give that a go. So bearing in mind, John is now showing us his cards. Unfortunately, we can't view that. Here we go. And a little bit. What we're trying to do right now is we're trying to add in the turn number for you, so you can have that on the screen as well. Here we go. So we've got the turn number. I'm just going to pop that down there, just below the Firestorm. Actually, let's put it on the left hand side. I'm quite enjoying being able to just play about with it. So there we go. Turn 3. Just move that down a bit. So, what have we got going on first? Okay. So all of that faffing, and I am now not sure what's going on. A bit silly for me, really. Sean finding the objective, I think. No, sorry, John, I think, finding the objective. And pausing for a second. Maybe asking a rules query. Yeah, they are asking a rules query, man.
Try and glue him away from his game.
Very rude. Should find a proper ref, really. Or just learn the rules, Sean. You work for Hawk, learn the rules. So from this point on, getting rid of that one rapier on the correct location is going to be very easy, considering what is staring down at it. And in fact, getting rid of all three of those rapiers is absolutely possible in this list. Still trying to figure out what the rules query is going on the top table. Looks like somebody. Okay, so it looks like Sean went for his rapiers. He must have gone for his rapiers and shot at the one of the Tritons. Shot both the Tritons. So that's interesting. So that right, okay, we're on board. I'm there. Rapiers at the top of the screen behind a white building must have crept round and must be shooting down those Tritons. That's very, very important. Now, worth bearing in mind that those Valkyries can still get that objective off the table very easily. They jump 12 inches, so they would jump back to hit John's home building and then back to one of the second buildings just behind him, and then eventually off the board. He could do that by turning, probably do that in 3 turns, or at a minimum hold the objective at the end of the game. So it's still worth a victory point.
And the use of relocating to buildings as well means that you can't focus fire on a building and hope for the falling masonry, because obviously it's very unlikely that you'll get to the half health if they keep moving.
Exactly.
So it's a little added protection.
And here we go, Sean moving his katanas up. So this battle group, just to remind everybody, is katana and rapiers. So kind of all the topmost units. Shooting, they'll be applying all of the lovely building guns, all of them hit to that very wobbly building. Let's find out. Sean does normally a very nice job of stacking up his damage quite nicely there. So that's an awful lot of damage. That's like 10 damage to me. That might do the building. Let's find out. Oh, it's not quite. Not quite. It is on its last legs though. So what's that? 6, 12, 18. Let's see what it puts down there. 18 goes. That goes up to 23, and the other dice must be a 6. So it must be on 29 damage. He has 10 fallen masonry to roll. Rolling very, very efficiently. This is the kind of dice rolling that people on the internet stop liking you for. So this in one squad, let's see what happens. Maybe enough to kill a base. Not quite enough to kill the squad, sadly for Sean. And on the other squad, a couple of ones there, I think, but it is enough just to kill that base, a base of nondescript. Unfortunately, we're not sure which. Sean definitely would have preferred that the other way around, because it would have given John less dice to roll for his objectives. That said, Sean is now in full command of this game. He can at any point, as long as the Valkyries in that building don't extract that objective this turn, take all the time in the world to shoot at that building. That said, John might have just played a call for extraction on one of his units. It looks like he failed his objective roll.
Yep. Try to make his reappearance. I'm going to go on a quick recon mission myself and determine which unit is which.
That's a very good idea. Good work, Scout. You do that, Scout. So, back with me on my own, and so I'll just have a look at this game and see where we think it's going to go. I think Sean should be on a steady roll now. Obviously, that building being on its last legs. Oh, he must have found the objective. He must have rolled a 6. Oh, that is very sneaky. The question is, can Sean kill that squad of infantry in the open? And the answer will be, as long as his Helios don't kill these rapiers, definitely. Scott's just back with us now, just
Right.
confirming that he found the objective.
Yeah, so the intel is we found the objective, and it was the Valkyries that have taken it into the Triton. So the Immortals are the base that are left.
Okay, so that's very interesting. The Helios are now opening fire on the Rapiers. That is the correct thing to do. The Rapiers will annihilate those Valkyries in the open. John, though, I think has a couple of ones. He only needs 1/6 though. No, that was a 3 and a 2 and a 4, so no kill there in that particular dice roll. And then his second Helios, he's not rolling particularly well with his Helios, has he? Any 6 will do it. Not a single.
Doesn't look like it.
Not a sausage, but look like it. A cock dice. No.
No.
So what Sean's going to want to do is get his rapier. His bottommost rapier in the centre of the field could move 4 inches. I think that will clear the Helios, and he'll be able to open up fire with his, I think they're called man-eater guns, or basically the rapier have a energy-free 10-shot variant, and he has machine guns in there as well. Whether Sean remembers that fact is a different kettle of fish. This is also very interesting. Those Valkyries are far too close to that building, and if Sean fails this building and if they're within an inch of the centre of the base and he rolls a 2 up, they'll just kill the Valkyries. And then, worst case scenario, the Hades strolls over, picks up the objective. So down goes the building. Now, again, whether to see if they remember. Yeah, so Sean knows if they're within an inch. To me, with my eye, they look like they're within an inch.
I would say so, yeah.
But it's whether these guys, obviously it depends on what they. So why they figure that out? John has a bit of a mountain to climb at the moment. He needs that bottom. He needs that either to stop Sean getting that bottom objective away, or he needs to get it himself. And he now doesn't have the infantry to get it himself unless his Valkyries do it. Valkyries do get 20 dice, but it'll be 10 on each squad because you have to split it evenly. So I guess we'll see what happens, replacing it with some lovely ruined terrain. For those of you playing at home, ruins are actually very key. The builders are destroyed. Excuse me, just one more. I need to shout out to the players of the game, the actual rules. On a 2 up, the unit dies. So yeah, the Valkyries were, apologies for that, the Valkyries were within an inch. He rolled a 3. And I also need to shout out some more rules to the players of the game. The objective stays in play. So to explain that, John doesn't know how to play the game, but that's okay. We love him still. He's adorable, really. What happened there is the Valkyries were within an inch of the building. The building collapsed and basically fell backwards onto them. Any roll of a 2 up would have killed any unit within an inch, and regardless of the amount of wounds it had. So fortunately, it was quite a large misplay by John there. He can still get that objective. That's still definitely possible, but I would hazard to say that those rapiers. See, the thing is, all the play Sean can do are kind of countered immediately by the really nasty, gnarly, horrible PHR walking near him. What I would do right now if I was Sean is I would activate these rapiers in the middle and I would shoot down the Neptune, which belongs to the Odin and the Zeus.
Yeah.
What he doesn't want to happen is get that Odin and Zeus into the middle of the playing area, onto that critical location. As soon as he does, that's John's for the entire game.
Yeah.
Those Helios fluffing their dice rolls and those rapiers was very good for Sean. I think he probably should have killed one statistically, but John just rolled very badly. Sean looks like, I'm not sure what he's up to. I think maybe he's going to go park a Condor in front of a Hades, which is not a terrible idea either. And what should be happening is that Poseidon as well, at the back on the back top right, should be well up with the Hades and ready to pick it up and just redeploy it away from those Ravens.
Because it needs to get on the critical location.
Okay, so Sean's getting back in his Condor with his rapiers, which I don't think is the right thing. I think it was worth sacrificing them just to kill the mobility of his Zeus and his Odin. That said, Sean doesn't really have anything else he can put in a critical location. So, interesting, really. I'm not sure what he's going to move on to there. Is he just going to give it up to John for the game? And if he's going that way, I would have actually advised for Sean to go up and collect that objective and make and make John deal with those rapiers.
Yeah.
John's play here, get on that CL. Okay, so he's not. So he's kept the rapiers out of the corner. He's decided that way. He's a hard man to keep up with, is our Sean. They need to be shooting, not that, not that Helios. They need to, John. The way I see John getting this back is doing his very best to stop Sean getting the objective from the bottom building. He needs to get his objective from his building.
Yeah.
He now, however, has the full brunt of the Katana Armada firing at that building.
Yeah, they'll have a new building in their sights. It's
Looks like
very
a deal.
likely he'll get the stranded objective off the table.
Yes,
So
it
the
is.
best he can hope is put it, like you said, in the Hades and sit on it.
See, so what I will be doing now, unfortunately, I say unfortunately, it's not my game, I shouldn't be saying that, it's not really fair. Sean would have done better, and he still could do, still has time to get sucked up by the Neptune and then just redeploy them 3 inches onto that critical location.
Yeah.
It means he doesn't shoot this turn. Fine. But what could happen, worst case scenario, is he fails to kill a rapier, will he? He rolls a 1 and I don't know what that dice was. Oh, it was cocked. He does. I think there's a dead rapier at some way. Yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely
So he kills the second one. He doesn't kill the one on the location. Of course, right now it's not a big deal because the Helios are worth more points.
Yeah.
Worst case scenario though is that Kodiak that Sean has lands a template on both of those Helios and then just annihilates them both. So I would have forfeited a turn of shooting with very little shooting back, actually, very little repercussion to have the Odin and the Zeus bunk back up into that critical location and really boss it for the rest of the game and really earn, without a bit of bad luck, without the Kodiak playing stunningly, probably 4 victory points for the rest of the game. As is, of course, John still owns a critical location, but Sean does have ways. Sean would do well to keep his hazard suits. So, what would he do here? What would I do there? Let's have a little think about this. I think I would take the Legionnaires from the bottom building, and I would, as a last activation, deploy them on that critical location. I would do it with the hazard suits or the Legionnaires. Perhaps with the hazard suits, actually, because they have dispersed formation.
Yeah.
But the likelihood is the Valkyries, 20 dice, and Legionnaires averages will kill the base, whereas averages on hazard suits will not kill them, so Legionnaires is a safer bet. And it just gets shown an extra turn on that critical location, which is really useful. We were talking earlier about Valkyries and the misplay when they got crushed by that building. And what John, I think, should have done is now, not knowing the measurements, this is hard to predict, but I think he should have left them between his home objective building and the one he was in. It looks about 12 inches to me. And if he was in there, what that means is he's relatively safe with that objective. And then next turn, if he's in that building, he also gets an extra objective roll if he fails to find it this turn.
And then at least, if he has to move the Valkyries off to claim both objectives, he can pilot onto one squad. So both of them aren't put out of action.
Absolutely. And there was always the shenanigans of having a walk off Phobos walk back 2 inches and then having the Valkyries jump and hand off to it in like the 6th turn and having it walk off the board with the objective. So there's always ways. I've lost track of the game a little bit. Sean is rolling some dice and I'm not 100%. So there you go, it's Keda Helios. And that was the Kodiak blast, I would think. I don't see what else would have done. Oh no, it was the drones. So the drones scalping a Helios and it's showing that critical location potentially for another turn. So there you go. It would have been better for him to move that Zeus and that Odin, unfortunately. And then here comes the Kodiak on the other Helios as well, who have moved, so it is going to be 5s or 6s. Not a 1.
That's another one there.
Not another 1. That will that would do nothing, unfortunately. I say unfortunately. As before, and what's going on here, I think he's looking for an objective with the hazard suits. Not 100% if we found out or not, probably not. And then there will be combat initiated. So what he's doing here, Sean is allocating his hazard suits to fight the Valkyries. Now, As the occupier, all you have to do is match squad for squad. If you're the aggressor, everything has to go into combat. As Sean has 2 units as occupier. What he gets is he can allocate 1 squad to combat, which John will be looking for 6s, so he'll probably kill a base in a bit. Although with John's rolling so far, he'd probably kill a man. Yeah, there you go. Really, really not that bad. And Sean only gets 6 dice back, but Sean doesn't really care. He just wants him there to keep the Valkyries off and hope that the Legionnaires roll a 6 this turn, find the objective and bug out, or if they don't find it, it's a 5 next turn for that squad. I also am unsure whether his Legionnaire squad came back on from reserve, and if they have done, that could also make a big difference too.
It's the luxury of choice that you get for being the occupier, and it's often, whilst you may show your hand a little earlier by committing them to buildings, the benefits are often worth it.
It's going to some pretty poor. Oh,
that's a whole base gone.
Oh, so actually, Sean committed the Legionnaires to combat, by the looks of it, and kept the Hazardous out of combat. Because he's taken a wound in the Legionnaire, so he's a very lucky boy. Those Legionnaires are really riled up. Again, if you want to contact us, do go onto Twitch chat. We can't respond to you, unfortunately, but we can respond to you via the mediums, of course, of our delightful, sumptuous voices. Alternatively, you can go into Facebook. You can message us on the Hawk Facebook website, or at the end of the day, you can also go into Twitter as well. So lots of mediums to talk to us. If you're YouTube, please leave a comment, and one of the Hawk Boys will get back to you in the future as well. We had some Angelos whip around the corner. I'm confident of shooting at that rapier in the centre. John desperately trying to remove it, but running out of assets. It's probably worth using if he hasn't used his Hades already, using his Hades just to blat that single rapier in the middle of the field, just so nobody earns a critical location this turn.
Don't think we've had the Hades activate yet because the Ravens are still sat in front of it.
For now.
And the Poseidon has yet to move as well.
That is true. The Hades does have the luxury of having its miniguns, so its miniguns can get rid of those Ravens as they are landed aircraft. It can use its energy 11. It's 3 energy 11 shots on a rapier if it wants, if it has line of sight. And it's also got that 18-inch energy 10 blast if it wants it. Alternatively, it can just get scooped up by the Poseidon, which is there's a lot of rapiers around, but probably a better choice. Interesting. Yeah, John's got some interesting choices. Sean rolling a 1 for something. I think it's Gladius and a Helios. I think that's what it was. So pretty poor considering needed a 2 to wound the Helios, in which case. Sean needs to start thinking about getting how he's going to hold the critical location from turn 4. That said, if John doesn't... See, John's Neptune for his boss unit, so his Zeus and his Odin, is all the way back on the right there. You can see just above the small building. It's all the way back there. So I had a bit of feedback for one of our talents, a chap called Don, that Sean is killing him with the rules inquiries. Yeah, he's killing us as well, Don. He really probably should know a little bit better than that, but that's all right. It's what we're here. It's not what we're here for, but it's a service we can provide. The Hades looks like it. Did it walk backwards while I was?
It doesn't look like it's moved. No.
Okay, so it's just putting a blast template down. So those Ravens can't be too close to it, or it would have been an illegal move to put them down. This is perhaps the Energy 11 gun shooting. Yeah, the Raven as well. So he uses blast to kill one Raven, and then his Energy 11 gun to kill the other Raven. See, that is a very good use. And then it...
No kill like overkill.
I know, okay, right, got that wrong. It uses miniguns to kill a Raven, it uses explosion to kill the other Raven, and then it used its Energy 11 shot to kill the Rapier. So he did do that, and that was actually the correct move. And then in about 7 turns, it will be on the critical location.
It'll finally make it. I mean, the Hades firepower is impressive, just the sheer number of units that it can target.
So we don't see Hades very often anymore. There are reasons. Unfortunately, they're too expensive to deploy midfield. You need a Poseidon. I think these days, especially with critical locations, to get real use out of the Hades. As I said in I think the first or the second turn, if I was playing John's list, I would have kept the Hades in a Poseidon until turns 2 or maybe even 3. Dropped it on that CL and then just told Sean to come and deal with me. John maybe was sidetracked a bit by the smell of blood, because removing miniatures is always lots of fun. Sean here, no one's getting that critical location this turn. That's a given. Sean has disappeared. I'm gonna presume he's off just to read a rulebook, just read a bit of time, so he can get a catch up on that.
I think what maybe happened is that his rulebook, a lot of pages have fallen out, and so he's gone to read it, and he was surprised at how brief it was.
I've got another theory, and that there's so much crayon in his rulebook that he can't read the real rules anymore. They're all just fake rules now. Good classic tape measure bending there. Good classic tape measure bending. Right.
Just a bit of pondering.
Again, unfortunately, John's not moving to Poseidon again. Maybe afraid to lose the points. His redeployment is really getting stunted. His Phobos going to shoot some drones. Why not? They've been little buggers. So I think that's a fair shout. There's really anything else to shoot at either. Those Phobos should get rid of all of those drones. This is pretty much coming to the head of this turn now. I'd be interested, yeah, so all of those drones from one. That was good Phobos shooting actually, getting rid of 3 drones, and I think the other one might do its thing as well.
Yeah, there is 1 drone remaining.
Okay, and the other Helios whipping up the side. John really determined to really dampen the Ferrum threat, which is a really good thing to do. Something to bear in mind with Ferrums, anyone who ever plays them, is once you wipe out their first wave, those drones cannot shoot the next turn they get deployed from a Ferrum. So what you're doing is, although they're deploying and although they're going to be a pain, it's a whole turn that they are not shooting. One drone on its own, it will harass your light transports for certain, but it's nowhere near as dangerous as even 4 drones will give you a headache. Even that they're focus free as they are now, they will give you a real headache.
If you can thin the numbers, then they're not as much of a threat, and they'll be deployed separately, so they can't bring all the numbers to bear. It's one of the things I've seen players do is commit too much to wiping out the drones. AA in this game is obviously key. If you have those units that you have to take out, and it's easy to be distracted by the drones.
I agree, and they're good for that, and they're also very good for drawing reaction fire. Very goady units, and honestly, when somebody's playing with 2 Ferrums, they're very difficult to counter, which is good for unit saturation. I think we're into turn 4, and I think John scored a point in that critical location. I'm not sure the centre of that Helios is within 3 inches, but I'm going to tally that up as it being within 3 inches. So that was the top of turn 3. At the end of that turn, it's going to be putting Sean on 3 victory points, and it's going to be putting John on a single victory point. It's going to change. They're just going to change this now. To turn 4. Look at this. I'm all up in this technology. Turn 4. Look at that. Did you catch who won activation?
I didn't know.
That is. I will forgive you. Never do it again. Thank you very much, John.
Yep, those are all white and blurry.
Thank you. Real glare. I think they're all the glare. He pulled 3 glare cards.
It is worth noting at this point, I believe that Sean's commander is CV1, and he has also opted not to use his command deck.
Yeah, so...
whether he actually didn't bring it or not.
He is CV3. He does have a CV3 boss.
Is that right?
Yeah, and in full and inclusion, yeah, he did forget to bring his deck. And he could not source one at this Mecca gaming venue, unfortunately. And he decided just not to play with command cards. So he is doing himself a disservice, because the UCM cards are better. True, we could have reported a more perhaps competitive games, but I thought it'd be nice to bring a smorgasbord of races. In fact, the only race unfortunately we didn't get to see today are Scourge.
Yes,
and
there is a Scourge v Scourge game going on at the moment.
They are very cat and mouse, Scourge versus Scourge games. So there you go. Just so you all know your way, if you've just tuned in, welcome to Cardiff in Wales, Firestorm Games, Mecca for all geekery and nerdery. That's not their motto, it's the motto that I've given them.
Which we'll be tacking onto the sign. Just scribbling it on there.
That could be, I'm going to say pretty much anything. It could be anything from white nano machines, which gives you a better passive save. It could be countermeasures hack. It could be experimental gyros. Here comes Bad Boy. Here he comes. I'm going to name him.
Shuffling forwards.
I'm going to name him Teddy. Teddy the Hades. The Tades.
Teddy Creeper.
Here he comes. He's going to smash some. That's a blast marker by the sound of it. And that is a 1, which is nothing. And whatever that is, I think it might be a good dice roll. Let's find out. Unless it's a 4, in which case it does nothing. Just so you guys know, we do not have the table mic, so everything I am commenting on is either from what we are looking at or from what Sean is shouting at us at the time. It looks like that Hades did a single wound to the Gladius with his Energy 10 blast and just munched up the last rapier in that squad, so that entire squad of rapiers is gone.
That's a large hole in the critical location.
And that critical location is now John's. And Sean needed to commit more units to it to win it last game, unfortunately. I'm not sure what's been rolled for there. Perhaps miniguns? Yeah, so miniguns on a building because rolling dice is grand. So, maybe Sean has his second squad of Legionnaires back this turn. Looks like he failed his reserves roll last turn, or forgot one of the two, of course. Let's have a look and see. So, if John holds that critical location for the next, let's say 3 turns, I know it's turn 4, but he's scoring turn 4, 5 and 6. And worst case scenario, he doesn't find his objective. It puts him on 4 victory points. Best case scenario, he finds his objective and gets the other objective off as well, puts him on 7 victory points. Sean now has to get that objective at the bottom. He doesn't have a choice. That is something he has to do. He has to get his rapiers over there and get hold of that objective just laying there in the middle of nowhere.
PHR forces. It would have been a difficult decision had the Hades decided to go for the objective. It wouldn't have been able to impact on the critical location at any point, really.
It's true. I don't think they need it to, though. And this is because with the Odin and the Zeus there, if he had positioned his Neptune in order to redeploy them onto it, I don't think the Hades would have had to add itself to that. I mean, if anything, it's doubling down, which is, I suppose, never a bad thing, but not, as I say, wouldn't using the word optimise is a bit nerdy, but that's just the way that is. Sean doing something. He's back in the building, so he's probably got katanas and rapiers.
Yeah, it'll be the katanas.
So if John fails that objective roll this turn, it could be in for a world of pain if the dice go his way. The Kodiak's also pretty good at shooting down buildings too. The rapiers moving up. He wants to go pick up that objective. Really putting themselves in a nice clump for a Hades blast there.
I was going to say cautious redeployment, but that's not cautious.
It's a nice,
especially someone who uses a Kodiak. You think he'd get into the habit of spreading those units out.
The problem is he always rolls a 1 for his Kodiak.
Well, yeah.
Rumour has it he's never put down a template from his Kodiak. Just word in the street.
Yeah, he has once missed infantry stranded in the streets with a Kodiak.
So he's really committing to put dice into that building. I couldn't tell you what that's down to. If the 3 dice at the back there are all 6s though, that's only got 23 points of damage left, because I think the one he just put down is a 5, which actually puts it on very easy to kill considering he's got 3 katanas left to activate. And he's nobbling that squad with... Oh no! Sean and his very, very special dies. That is some very, very good fallen masonry rolls that he's just made. That's
hampered John a lot.
That puts John down to 1 base of infantry.
Yeah.
A single base of infantry.
Which will have CQB come in this turn. And
Sean,
if Sean rolls like he did last time, then they're not Montfort as well.
What Sean should be doing this turn is allocating both squads into combat with that 1 squad of Valkyries, so just to try and get rid of them and keeping them in the building for a turn. Simply because he's only got 1 route out. That Raven is his only way out until either he pulls a call for extraction or he finds his other Raven come back from reserves.
Just need to be aware though, those Helios still creeping round the corner.
Yeah, they really are. So he'd do well to throw all of his drones at those Helios and make them deal with them.
Yeah.
There goes the Gladius as well. So that is down. That really reduces that battle group. Actually, there's not too much left in there. He's got his longbows. Actually, they should be pretty safe. They've had a quiet game so far. But longbows tend to, and then they come up and be completely turn defying him. And as long as Sean has his scouts on the board for his drones, then the longbows are going to be hitting everywhere, pretty much all over the table. Here come some more drones as well. So what I do with these is I will park them, not park them on the floor, but I would just slap them right in front of his Helios and go, Grand, you got a choice, mate. You can either go and deal with these drones with your Helios, or you can come for this Raven and you can try and stop me extracting this objective. Clearly, John wants to stop him extracting the objective. I'm not sure that Helios has 6 inches moves to see that Raven this turn. Let's see what Sean does with those drones. But you've got to present, because bearing in mind, if let's say John doesn't go for the drones next turn, what will happen is that Sean will just have 7-8 drones around the area just to do what he wants with. Kodiak hitting the Helios. Looks like it rolled a 2, looks like it missed. I think it's going to be quite a wide miss as well. I wouldn't have thought he'd clip at all. The Helios being skimmers. Well, I think he hits on 2s because he's got scouts viewing, but they move then they're skimmers, so I think it's 5s to hit with the Codex Blast, which means it would have scattered 3 inches. Is a small template.
Yeah.
Another problem with the Helios, unfortunately, the Kodiak, unfortunately. We've got a bit of combat. The Hazard Suits being in that command squad, along with everything else. It'll be interesting to see who Sean has allocated to combat. So that's a wound or 2 on the Hazard Suits there, and then it is another couple of wounds. Not enough to strip a base of those those Legionnaires though, which is pretty key. Sean's going to be looking at getting. I mean, that was his role for his objective, which probably should have happened before the combat, but that's absolutely okay. It wasn't a 5 or a 4 and failed that. He's probably got, about 10 dice there, I would say, back at the Valkyries. And he'll be looking for 4s to wound them.
If this is successful, the critical location is the only thing that he will really have to worry about. Because he's already had an objective off the board.
I think that might be pretty good. That's a lot of saves.
Dodge rolls he's going to make.
He's made 2. 3 by the look of it. 4, 5. Is that enough? Yeah, that's it. All of John's
John's left with no infantry.
What's a really ballsy move here would be trying to get into that building that John has. Doing his very best into there. Now, there's a couple of ways to do that, and there's a couple of cars. Sean being CV3, if he gets lucky in turn 5, and gets either a secret entrance, which allows somebody to enter a building from up to 6 inches away, or gets an underground monorail and get into that building, it will really, I know it's not on a lot of health, but it will really distract John. So let's see what's going on here. Another 1, so I mean, whatever it was poor. We can probably all agree to that. Looking at the board, interestingly, the only thing that's on that critical location is our Helios. But there's pretty much nothing that can get rid of it. His katana, you can't see it, and I've already shot at the building. His lower katana, I don't think you're going to get the bead on it.
No, the luxury apartment's quite wide.
5s and 4s. That's what you pay for your premium luxury. You get nice wide apartments.
There is a lot of firepower should John turn on that building as well with the Hades, Odin and Zeus.
John would be wise to knock down his objective building and just be done with it, and then just say that's that. But of course, he can also concentrate on Sean's objective building, which has just become very, very available. Confident that's the Gladius's Condor that is just activated, which means the longbows. Yeah, look at that. I'm like a savant. I'm just paying attention more appropriately. The longbows are going to do some pops of energy 10 all the way over to those Helios. As we're going to go for that one. That's a better choice, that one Helios.
With the amount of AA clustered around those buildings, any relocation attempts by Sean could be met with a sticky end. So
yeah,
to deny that area would be wise.
I'm not sure if anything hit or not, can I tell you? It looks like they did, because he's picking up his dice to roll again. He's looking 5s to kill, 3s to wound. 5s kills the Helios. Look at that. Nothing is claiming that this
Again.
time. Again.
It's clear.
Crucible's it's a bit of a meat grinder when you really get into it. That could actually really swing things Sean's way. Especially if he can get this objective off the board. He does, of course, have more Helios to come. Hades is about... that Hades might as well be on another game table for this turn. This Helios move, what looks like, if I'm going to be honest with you, a very generous 6 inches. And he takes the bait. He takes the drone bait. That's very interesting. That is not... So instead of shooting that Raven down just tucked behind the building, perhaps he's forgotten about it, perhaps he can't see it. Instead, John is just obliterating the drones, and Sean is not going to give a sweet donkey's hoof. And Sean loves donkey's hooves. That's a phrase I've never used before in my life. So, whipping back a Triton, just saving himself some VPs, I understand that. This said, the Helios have so many shots that if Sean attempts to move his Raven before, they're just going to reaction fire it in turn 5 and just nuke it.
Yeah.
It's still very in the balance though. I mean, Sean's only on 3 VPs, John's only on 1 VP at the moment, and with John not scoring by the looks of it this turn, I'm trying to see if Sean can get any unit onto that critical location, and I don't think he can, which is a shame for him. Again, both players using very bendy rulers in this game, but I think if they're both doing it, is that what equal out? Is that okay?
Yeah. I think I think that's the great thing about tournaments with Dropzone. One of my observations is the atmosphere is great, and you have people who are here to have fun. You've got the people who are at the top tables who are obviously in it to win it. But if
I think Sean thinks he's hitting his Helios on 3s, which he is not doing. Did it make a difference? Did he cause any wounds?
No.
Okay, that's fine, but we'll get somebody to tell him that for the next turn, because he should not be hitting his Helios on 3s as they have a skimmer bonus. Let's see what's going on here. I'm trying to think about what the best move for Sean here is. Those 3 katanas are now dead. Odin and Zeus sneeze and just destroy katanas. The Helios' blast, the Hades blast really loves katanas too. Sean did need to get rid of one of those Helios this turn, I think, to really put something into the boundaries. Right now what he's trying to do is, so John is clearly trying to get to Sean's Ferrum, which is not a terrible idea. Won't win in the game, it's not a terrible idea. And Sean is worried about losing his Ferrum. I would probably just leave it open and let him come and have a blast.
I mean, if
he still needs 6s to wound it. It's armor 7.
Yeah, and if he's moving away from the Raven, that's good for him.
Very good. Helios, although, are very tricksy, and these 2 men can shoot 4 targets as they have split fire on their weapons. 2 different weapon profiles, essentially. We've got the 2 plodding along Phobos.
They're not going to make it to the critical location. I think we can safely say that.
You don't think so?
There'll be a lot of sprinting involved.
Are they going to wing and a prayer? could probably make it. It looks like a fair amount of damage to that building. See, falling masonry, I presume. I think coming from them. So looking at this for turn 5, get that Zeus and get that Hades will be on a critical location. That's John's for the rest of the game. Let's go to John 3 points. Sean is currently, and that'll put John on 4 points. Sean is currently on 3, so Sean needs to find and extract that objective that he has right there. That's going to be very difficult unless he can get rid of those 2 Helios that are just around the corner there. And that in its own right is, as well, going to be very difficult for Sean to do.
And the more he delays as well, the more damage that infantry is going to take. The hazard suits are probably fairly safe. They can take a decent amount of punishment. But if he loses the Legionnaires, that's another search for the objective goal.
Yeah. So, and over the next 2 turns, you would bank on Sean, that building not standing with the amount of PHR they're knocking about. Not sure what Sean went to roll there. Maybe initiative? Are they looking at cards? Are they noting that? Yeah, let's have another turn to me. Sorry about the lag. Looks like we've got a little bit of lag on the stream. Looks like it's better. So initiative.
Right,
so John wins initiative. His first protocol should be to annihilate that Raven. And Sean's either forgotten about those, either forgotten about his Raven in his reserves, or it just has not come back yet. So what's Sean going to do? Sean's probably going to show us. I think his deck is made out entirely, exclusively of glare cards today. He's probably going to show us them. We know what they do. They basically just make up your rule as you go along. That's absolutely fine. Top of turn 4, there were no points scored that turn. Although there was a lot of carnage that happened that turn. As before, if you have any questions, any comments, any abuse to sling at Sean, please do contact us on Twitch chat. We will not reply, but we can reply through the mic. Please do come onto our Facebook account and send us a comment. And also, please do go on Twitter and send us a tweet, and we will answer it within the parameter of this game. If you're on YouTube, of course, you can comment as well. We love comments, and I'm sure one of the boys will get back to you when that happens too. So Sean has hit with a Kodiak and done 1 wound on each Helios, which is probably the worst thing. Weirdly, John let Sean go first, I think.
I've got some more intel from my spies. The cards in John's hand: quick thinking, underground monorail, and drive hack.
Okay, underground monorail is unfortunately
null and void at this point,
useless.
With no infantry to make use of it.
Quick thinking. I mean, I wouldn't have thought he'd use this turn because he gave Sean the activation. And the Legionnaires have found the objective. What are the Helios going to do? Sean here would be wise to move the Raven before getting into it, round the corner, and then deploying his unit, and then moving the Raven and redeploying his troops after that. That's the sensible thing. Or maybe, I mean, this is a very tricky choice for Sean. I'd be tempted to try and bring the Raven actually down to the bottom maybe, because it's one of the safer buildings. That said, I can't imagine it's going to survive any kind of reaction fire.
No.
Let's see, I'm not sure what Sean is rolling for.
So he's been targeting the Helios.
Let's see what's going on.
And
that's a dead Helios. That would be from drone fire, which we could see just bottom left.
Yeah.
The drone's just moved up. He needed to get rid of both of those, realistically. And we also don't know which Raven that squad belonged to.
That's a good point, because they didn't know either.
Because if it's the Legionnaires, he could not have extracted it now. John, again, that is moving your Hades. It should not be what you want to be doing right now. You want to kill that Raven. I mean, he's going to try and kill the Katanas, and if he can do that, fair enough. That said, I tell you what, the hazard suits actually might have killed a Helios instead, not the drones. The drones would have deployed, so it would have been hazard suits.
They've gone to the walls there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
My mistake.
No, the Hades is a known play. It's there's no other place it's going to move. The targets aren't going to move out of sight, whether it goes to the katanas or the building. So the Helios should be.
I think John's optimum play here was to win by a single victory point, and in that, he's going to kill pretty much all of the katanas, I would think, right now. So why is rolling 2 dice for each katana? I'm not sure what happened there, to be entirely frank with you, listeners, but never mind. All the katanas are dead. Hades will do that. I think he probably rolled too many dice, but as long as they're both in agreement, when else Sean doesn't know the rules, they'll be in complete agreement pretty much for everything for the entire game. I think John's play here would have been, he won initiative unless Sean made him re-roll it, and that's something we didn't see. So he is now...
The hazards have taken further casualties.
Interesting. And okay, that would have been from an Enyo shot dealing falling masonry damage to the building. That's where that damage has come from. So John's play, I think, there would have been using his Helios to kill that Raven. Obviously, we've said that, we've been through that. Then, what we can do for the rest of the game is he can just spend the entire game hammering that building.
Yeah. If
he brings it down, he wins. And it's as simple as that. If he doesn't,
there's a lot of attention that you can focus on that building.
Yeah. I don't know why Sean's measuring line of sight either, because he doesn't need it. Because he's got scouts. Maybe he's literally just realised that he has scouts that can see. It's 2 energy 10 blasts. 5s to hit. 5s or 4s to hit. I'm not sure what the accuracy of longbow is. And then it would be 3s to wound it. That is the right play from Sean. None of these condors, to the best of my knowledge, have missiles, so that is not viable. But he absolutely, if he's in range, which he may not be. Oh no, the blast is not energy 10 from the longbow, is it? It's only energy 8 or energy 9, and it's the single shots which are energy 10. So maybe he's out of range. It's a shame for him there. There we go. He did it. So we got it. That is game changing. That should win Sean. If Sean can get his Raven off the table, that puts Sean at a win. Unfortunately, it is as simple as that. Because John does not have enough infantry to get that single last objective off. That's a point. We still have that objective right at the top of the table on that second to top horizontal road. Near the Triton and near the Rapiers, that everybody has just completely discounted. What Sean wants to be doing is using his Rapiers to grab that and then getting in a condor and hightailing it and not clumping up. That's pretty important.
The only thing he'd have to worry about is what we've got left remaining.
We've got a Phobos. We've got a Phobos kind of top rightish side. That said, he can still hide the condor, just go low. And what he can do is he can drive one Rapier down a little bit, pick up the objective and daisy chain it back up the field, and then spread out, which means as long as he has one Rapier left with the objective, it's not a problem. He's looking at extracting that is not really, I don't think it's going to happen, but he can definitely hold it for the rest of the game. That Hades should probably have got that objective, and let's say the Zeus and the Odin, I think, should have gone and sat on a critical location.
As we said before,
John is doing his very best to fool that building though. Fallen Masonry could well kill that squad, and that would be that. That looks like no fallen Masonry to me. Oh, like a single man holding a briefcase running out of the building. I've got it. What's inside it? It just shines gold. I have no idea what's in the briefcase. Sean's play is to get that Raven, get it behind, right next to that Ferrum, and go low. You can't get off this turn. That's what he has to do. He might even be better looking at the battlefield, landing it behind the building, maybe. So it's been an interesting game so far. It's been an interesting game so far. I think we just got a message regarding the drone fire and the Helios, and you're absolutely right. It was not the Helios. So we noticed it was the hazard suits who dispatched their last Helios instead. Just so you guys know, if you've only just tuned in, we don't have the table mic, so everything I'm doing kind of on the knowledge of the game itself. Sean here trying his best to find a fire arc in which the AA cannot hit his Raven. That said, I don't know where the Helios that he's trying to make. I'm pretty sure that there's no Helios around there.
All the Helios are now destroyed.
Which means he's pre-measuring from. Well, he's not pre-measuring. He's pre. Technically, this is not pre-measuring. The pre-measuring is not in the rules. I think that's fine. I would be fine with that. Do not sit there. That would be. Don't stay there, Sean. Don't stay
Sean
there.
Had considered John's hand, the fact that he has command cards that he's yet to use. He should be aware that PHR have countermeasures hack, and a Phobos with countermeasures hack is
brutal.
Is deadly.
That's played at the beginning of a turn now, I believe. And I think you have to allocate a unit.
Yeah.
So he would have had to specifically pick that Raven, which would have been the right thing to pick anyway. That Raven is not in the right place. I'm not sure what he's afraid of from the top half of the field. Maybe he's afraid of the Phobos coming down, but the best of my knowledge, there is no other AA up the top of that field, and if that Phobos walks 2 inches down, so what we're saying here is that Sean doesn't win initiative next turn. That objective we could just get seen blown up in the air.
Yeah.
And the Phobos in fact haven't moved yet. Again, a bit of a generous 2 inches there, I'm going to be honest with you, but you know.
Phobos do have 3.
They have 3. Okay, so he's out of range this turn. He's a lucky fella.
That does answer our question of what squad the Raven was attached to.
And it was the Legionnaires. I think we would have seen I don't think we would have seen the Hazard Suits go first if. Well, the Hazard Suits would have had the objective if it was their Raven, I guess, in hindsight, wouldn't it? Okay.
There's a few missed opportunities there. With the Hades sat on the critical location, it probably could have ignored the katanas and fired further at the building. That's what I personally would have done, especially with you had to remove that objective before it left the building.
Yeah. That Hades should have gone and dealt with those rapiers at the top of the screen. They can't do anything to it, and it could have just, over the next 2 turns, just killed them.
Yeah.
It probably shouldn't kill them in one go, or it doesn't strafe on its energy 11 guns, so if you get lucky. Sean moving his rapiers about 1 million miles. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, so that Hades probably should be at the top of the screen. It should have that objective.
If the Poseidon had been moved from the beginning, like we said, to shadow the Hades, it could have relocated. And at this point, sometimes the lost shots for the extra VPs it gets you to sit on the critical location. The Odin and Zeus could have been on there whilst the Hades was dealing with threats further upfield.
Yeah. So, trying to figure out actually what's going on. I'm not sure what. He's shooting a building for the sake of shooting a building. I don't think there's anything in that building. That is the Gladius's. Can't be the Gladius's Condor. Must be the Rapier's Condor. The destroyed Rapier's Condor that he just pointed to. Yeah, so here we go. So that's for the destroyed Rapiers, and he's just gonna bring that away to get the kill points away. Sean moving that Raven has really brought John back into this game. Also, Sean has to go get that objective at the top. I think if Sean can get that objective, I'm pretty sure that just draws Sean the game, and Sean. But if he can get that bottom objective off, it will win in the game. Unless John has something up his sleeve. It's turn 6. Turn 6. Everyone's just still ignored that objective. Looks like Sean won activation and extracts that, and that will give him the win, I would think, unless something crazy happens with that objective at the end, at the top of your screen. There we go, turn 6 by the Magic of Twitch. All the glare in the world. Looks like Sean wanted to do that before he realised he might forget to do it, so he kind of jumped the gun a bit there, but I think that's alright, isn't it? I wouldn't be too bothered if somebody did that to me. It does put John at the end of turn 5. It does put him on 2 victory points, which means he's as likely as he is to finish his turn. He's probably going to end the game with 3. That from Sean gives him that extraction, puts him up to 5 victory points, which should give him the win. Losing a Helios off the critical location was an issue, and losing a 50-50 roll for initiative, it was that tight for John. Unsure what he's rolling for now, but really what we're going through is kind of kill point motions. I don't know if any of the lads have ice. Yeah, okay. So he's trying. The Hades is having a pop at the Ferrum by the look of it. I don't know if either boys are aware of how the points are leveling up at the moment. Not that it matters, I suppose. And the thing is, they look like they're enjoying themselves. John gets to shoot all of Sean's units, and Sean gets to walk away with a win. So, everybody's a winner in a way. In that simple way. Sean playing his Godzilla role. He's trying to put some ruin down. Looks like the Enyo. Yeah, that would have been the Enyo destroying that building there. It's been an interesting game. As I say earlier, if you haven't seen the other game that we recorded from this Call to Arms 3, this particular tournament being held in Firestorm Games up in Cardiff in Wales, which if you haven't been, please do come. They have enormous tournaments, as well as pretty much all the geekery and nerdery that you would want to just dabble, maybe to taste, or maybe just to dive right in, like a big stinky skip full of skips. That's a prawn flavoured crisp or chip, depending on where you come from. Yeah. So there you go. And they melt in your mouth. Quite literally, they melt in your mouth. They're great. I kind of want to talk about crisps or chips.
Maybe there should be a segment for further streams like this dedicated to
just the skip tool. Maybe a skip for the tortillas, because that's pretty universal. I think that really goes everywhere. What's happening here? John is basically raging, and if you ever seen PHR tug on their testicles, it looks pretty much like this. Is when they start destroying all the buildings when things don't go their way. They're just having a tantrum, basically. So for the rest of this game will finish with John on 3 victory points and Sean on 5, giving him a 12-8 win. There's no way that Sean's... I say there's no way. There's probably unlikely Sean's going to get a kill point bonus from this. Having said that, Sean has only lost his Praetorian Snipers and his Gladius, his Rapiers, but John has lost all of his infantry and 2 squads of Helios and a couple of Tritons. So Sean actually might walk away with so for those who don't know, if you get a kill points, if you win a game and you get more kill points than your opponent, you will get a bonus to your tournament points out of 20 in total, and your victory points from the game making up 6 of the available points on show, and then the kill point bonus being able to add 4 onto that. And what you would do is you would subtract that from your opponent's score. So for instance, if you had 4 victory points and 3 kill point bonus, that would give you 7. You would add 7 to your score of 10. It would take 7 away from their score of 10, giving you a 17-3. So Sean could walk away from this with a 14-3, and that looks like it's it. As I said, John's going to hold their VP, their critical location at the end of the game, putting them on 3. Sean is going to walk away from this the winner. 12-8 tournament without any kill points going on. It's a very tight game, as I think a lot of Crucible games are. But it was quite a nice mission to see. We got to see kind of the brutishness of the way the PHR work. Unfortunately, a little bit of misdeployment. Nobody bothered picking up that objective at the top of the table, which
It's going to stay there forever.
It's-
They're
yeah.
going to move off, and it'll stay there for the rest of the time.
Maybe it just wasn't that nice. Maybe it was, say, a piece of artwork that was very hit and miss, like a Jackson Pollock that nobody really likes
It's an
in
acquired
500
taste.
years. So there you go. That is going to do us for today, I think. Of course, this is going on YouTube. If you're watching on YouTube, please do comment. If you like the video, I know Hawk are going to be doing more of these live streams,
Yeah, we
maybe
certainly
with
plan to.
commentary. So that's something to look forward to in the future. Do join them on Facebook to get more information on that. Subscribe to their newsletter as well. And of course, join them on Twitter. They're going to be a lot more involved in the community now. Scott is on board. He's going to take all your gripes. Any gripes you have, just send them his way. He's going to love it.
I want to hear what you're thinking, whether it's positive or negative. I want to know, because we want to make sure the experience for you is as good as you want it. And this is our experiment, and I feel it's been pretty successful. I think it's really good to be able to show people what kind of tournaments are taking place, and a chance to show off people's armies as well.
Absolutely. There's
So
some
we're
real
going to
nice
have
armies.
a lot more commentary. After this round's over, we're going to be interviewing a few of the players on what their lists were like, and how their experience was of the games. And so they'll be up alongside some of this footage on YouTube later. So we want to make sure that there's kind of meta commentary, as it were.
Yeah.
Because it can vary so much.
Yeah, absolutely can do. For anyone outside of... I think what we saw today is quite... not common. I think perhaps the last game a little bit... both games, in fact, a little bit off meta in regards to this build. And if we were to have, say, an invasion live stream, we might see what could be regarded as more competitive lists. I know in America, you like tanks. Boy, do you like tanks and demolition buildings. So maybe you see more of that over there. So there you go. It's super interesting. Sean looks like he's just tightened up his victory points and said he's actually got 633 points off John. So he might get himself a little bit more, unless he's pointing up his own points cost, in which case that's quite a lot of boys to lose. Anyway, we're going to sign out. Thank you for listening, and if you enjoyed it, of course, do let us know, and maybe I'll speak to you again in the future.
Thank you very much.